Chapter 631 I Still Have to Do It Myself.
Leaving aside Zhao Yan's current melancholy, Chen Kai's army was already pressing towards Tian Feng's camp with powerful crossbows and crossbow carts. However, Yuan Shao's soldiers were no pushovers either, they were all seasoned veterans. Led by a large number of middle and lower-ranking generals, they relied on the camp, carrying large shields and using bows and arrows to fight back. With a loud bang, a crossbow bolt, almost as thick as an arm, finally pierced through the outer perimeter of Tianfeng's stronghold. Then, a large number of ballistic bolts were fired, creating a large hole in the outer fence of the stronghold. Compared to using ballistic to intimidate the enemy, damaging some buildings is the correct use of ballistic. Chen Qi continued to mobilize his soldiers to launch a strong attack on the damaged parts of Tianfeng's stronghold, while Zhang Gong and others, as the garrison commanders, immediately ordered their men to carry the few large shields they had and stand at the forefront as they charged towards Tianfeng's stronghold. If my cavalry hadn't been delayed, your current formation would have given you a real beating. Zhang Qi sneered as he mobilized Zhu Han's troops to block the way. The morale of the Hebei army was no less than that of Liu Bei's army, and their fighting spirit was also strong. Zhu Hong led his troops to clash with a garrison from Zhang Palace at the gap in the fence, and the two sides immediately began to fight in that narrow space. Sima Zhu, Wang Fu, each of you lead a platoon to press forward and tear down that fence. Su Chu, prepare to attack the fence of Tianfeng's stronghold. Chen Qi waved his banner, and two more platoons of troops pressed forward, ready to take this opportunity to tear down the outer fence of Tianfeng's stronghold. Order Zhu Han to fight fiercely after the enemy reinforces this place, and then show signs of weakness to lure the enemy into a strong attack. Zhang Qi immediately issued a new order after Zhu Han plugged the loophole. Yes, sir, the messenger replied immediately. Lu Xian, Lu Yu, prepare for a bloody battle there. Don't drive the enemy out. Fight and retreat, making them feel that this defensive line is about to collapse. But we can't let them completely break down the wall. Zhang Qi calmly gave new orders to Lu Xian and Lu Yu, showing no sign of unease despite Zhang Gong's charge in.
Soon, Sima Zhu and Wang Fu led their troops, braving a hail of arrows from Yuan Shao's army, and charged forward. As expected, after the two garrisons pressed forward, several soldiers broke through, forcing Zhu Hong into a series of retreats.
Just as Zhang Gong and his men were about to break through Zhu Han's defenses, Lu Xian and Lu Yu arrived at the scene. The already crumbling defenses were immediately stabilized again, and the two sides engaged in a fierce battle in that narrow area. Sometimes Liu Bei's army would charge in, and sometimes Yuan Shao's army would unleash its power and drive Liu Bei's army back. The three branches of both sides were engaged in a fierce battle in that small area. Although Liu Bei's army was in high spirits and had stronger fighting power than Yuan Shao's, the breach was small and could only accommodate a few dozen people at most. Although Zhang Gong and his men were about to break through, they had no good way to defeat Yuan Shao's newly recruited army. This is a bit troublesome, but it's also for the best. Chen Kai's expression was somewhat gloomy. Chen Shiyi had entrusted him with the main command of the legion entirely because of his outstanding performance in leading troops last time, and was preparing to give him a chance. But he didn't expect that this opponent would be so difficult to deal with. Gongzi, you're too hasty. Don't focus on one thing. Chen Shiyi listened to the messenger's report and understood the situation ahead. It was obvious that the breach was a trap designed to lure them into a full-scale attack. You've been scheming, haven't you? Chen Kai's face darkened, and he instantly understood what was going on. Fine, I'll lend you a hand. Utilizing the soldier's strength is one way, but when both sides are locked in a stalemate, it's better to reduce the soldier's strength to highlight the role of the generals. Order Su Chu to mobilize the cloud energy for a strong attack. Chen Shiyi stood up, unable to bear watching any longer. Chen Shiyi admitted that Chen Qi had a good grasp of the soldier's strength, but the opposing army was also formidable. Relying solely on the soldiers' morale and will was no longer very effective, as Yuan Shao's army was not weak. Use cloud energy for a strong attack. If that fails, our cloud energy will be depleted, and the strength of the entire army will decrease. Chen Qi turned to look at Chen Shiyi and said, continuing the stalemate will only cause more damage to our army. We need a quick victory. General Guang led Yang Ouyang away with this in mind. As for the overall decline in the strength of our army due to the depletion of our cloud energy, it doesn't matter as long as we break through the enemy's main camp and crush their morale. Chen Shiyi stood up and said coldly, Chen Kai's command style is not suitable for this kind of battle. Just like in the Battle of Qingzhou, if it weren't for Guang Yu, Zhao Yun, Tai Shi and Zhang Fei directly crushing the morale of the million yellow turbans, even the elite Taishan army would have been doomed and would have been worn down. As for the super attack that was unleashed by drawing upon the cloud energy, with each of the four of them instantly reducing the entire legion's strength to half of its original level, so what? The enemy's morale collapsed. Even if they only had 30% left, let alone 50%, they would still have won. Pass on my order, command Su Zhu to mobilize the cloud energy to unleash a super attack, striking the target within 3 strikes. Chen Shiyi stood up and said to the messenger. As for Chen Qi, let him focus on defensive battles from now on, offense is not suitable for him. General, Commander Chen has ordered you to draw upon the cloud energy to launch a devastating attack on the enemy, striking them within 3 moves. A messenger rushed over and relayed the order to Su Chu. Brothers, grab your weapons and get ready to charge. Su Zhu roared, drawing out his 9-ringed elephant trunk saber and frantically drawing upon the army's cloud energy. Then, an attack hundreds of meters long slashed out from Su Zhu's blade. Pft! The jet black blade of light struck the cloud of Yuan Shao's army and quickly dissipated, but the cloud around Yuan Shao's army also thinned out considerably in an instant. Not good. Zhang Qi was shocked. He immediately used his cloud energy to fill the gap in that area. Su Chu's second strike followed closely behind. This time, the light blade, hundreds of meters long, shattered the gap in the cloud energy, but it also consumed a lot of energy. The remaining power only killed a few dozen of Yuan Shao's soldiers. It's too late. Never mind, order the entire army to attack. Zhang Qi was shocked when he saw the cloud break open, and then gritted his teeth and gave the order for the entire army to charge. Break! Su Chu used all his strength this time, unleashing all the power he could muster, along with all his inner energy. This time, the dark blade of light was a full 500 meters long. Su Chu directly slashed diagonally with the broadsword, cutting down a large section of the fence, and taking away hundreds of Yuan Shao's soldiers with this one strike. The moment Zhang Qi gave the order, all the archers in Yuan Shao's army inside the fence immediately launched their arrows. This time, almost all of Liu Bei's soldiers who were hit were seriously injured. The cloud formations had been diverted by Su Chu, and the vanguard had not reacted in time. The cloud formations had thinned considerably, naturally reducing the defenses. Charge! Order the cavalry that were lying in ambush to weave in from both sides and cut off Yuan Shao's army's charge. Chen Shiyi said with a cold smile. Chapter 632 The Elite Forces of Liu Bei's Army. After Chen Shiyi gave the order, the commander's flag immediately waved, the drum beats changed rapidly, and the cavalry that had been hidden on both flanks charged out. Order Su Chu to ride away and inform Wang Yu of his return, and prepare for the second wave of cavalry from the left, center, and right to crush Yuan Shao's army. Chen Shiyi ordered the messenger. If his estimation was correct, Su Chu had been at near full strength in the previous 3 attacks and was definitely exhausted now. If he continued to order him to charge, he might accidentally get surrounded by the enemy's formation and end up trapped inside.
When the messenger rushed to the battlefield and found Su Chu was enthusiastically wielding his broadsword and hacking away at the enemy. It is said that Su Chu's internal energy was indeed exhausted, but a man like him recovers his strength very quickly. Even without internal energy, he is still a fierce warrior, wielding his broadsword, leading his guards, and causing a bloodbath.
General Su, Commander Chen orders you to recall General Guan. He commands General Guan to lead the sword-wielding soldiers, while you lead the Tiger Guard cavalry. General Zhao will lead the White Horse cavalry to prepare for the final attack. You will lead the charge, General Guan will expand the advantage, and General Zhao will eliminate the enemy generals and leaders. The messenger relayed the latest orders to Su Chu. All right, I'll go inform General Guan. Su Chu glanced around at the situation and, after confirming that there weren't any major problems, immediately rode away. After the fence was broken, Yuan Shao's army immediately switched to offense and launched a strong attack on Chen 11's army. Relying on their advantage in the clouds, they suppressed Chen 11's attack in the first wave of attacks with a counter-charge. However, Liu Bei's army quickly turned the tide by relying on the combat experience of more veteran soldiers. Liu Bei's army seems a bit too elite. How is that possible? A single soldier can launch an attack while dodging crossbow bolts. How were they trained? Zhang Qi observed Liu Bei's army's strength while giving orders. He found that the quality of Liu Bei's soldiers was ridiculously high. These really are ordinary soldiers of Liu Bei's army. They actually managed to regroup on their own after being scattered. 8 out of 10 soldiers can use more than 3 types of weapons and they all know how to deflect arrows. How were these soldiers trained? Zhang Qi was increasingly shocked as he looked. The soldiers of Liu Bei's army seemed to be beyond what could be described as veterans. These soldiers seemed to be able to find the best way to kill the enemy. This can't go on. The quality of Liu Bei's army is almost on par with that of the Danyang soldiers. How were they trained? If we continue fighting like this, the enemy might seize an opportunity to annihilate us from all sides. Should we use them now? Zhang Qi looked gloomy. Zhu Shao had recommended him as commander, in chief precisely because he was good at analyzing and seizing opportunities, and his command of troops was not bad either. But in this situation, Zhang Qi could only say that the defeat was not his fault. The enemy's strength lay not only in their generals, but also in their soldiers. Liu Bei's army consisted of veteran soldiers, some wielding long spears, others carrying large shields, and still others carrying long swords. They possessed a full range of weapons, both long and short, and fought in groups of several. If one fell, another would immediately take their place. It was rare for someone to fight alone. Even if a foolish new recruit tried to fight alone, a veteran would quickly fell him with a single spear thrust. Then they would form a battle formation and charge forward together. This combat prowess, which blinded Zhang Qi, can only be described in one sentence. More than half of these soldiers were veterans who had participated in more than 10 large-scale battles, seen blood, and survived. If these soldiers were in the hands of other warlords, they would basically be the backbone. On Liu Bei's side, there were basically no issues like tetanus or suppuration. As long as they didn't die on the battlefield, they were pretty much guaranteed to survive. The soldiers' vitality was still quite strong. After all, they hadn't had many good days left, and nobody wanted to die so soon. A veteran who has participated in about 10 battles of varying sizes, to be honest, even if he has a mental problem, he would know how to fight. A veteran who has walked on the edge of life and death 10 times, even if his physical condition is the same, his murderous aura and control over his strength are definitely not something that a new recruit can compare to. Not to mention fighting 2 people at once, he can basically fight 1 person at once without any problem. The other side seems to have run out of tricks, Chen Shiyi said with a smile, completely unconcerned that he had just used an idiom that was out of date. It certainly seems so. Yuan Shao's army is indeed quite skilled in combat. They have suffered nearly 20% casualties, but their morale has not dropped much. Moreover, their generals have a good grasp of commanding their troops. However, our soldiers have too obvious an advantage, Kuo Chuan nodded and said. The greatest strength of Liu Bei's army lies in the fact that its middle and lower ranking officers have a lot of combat experience. As long as their superiors don't give reckless orders, those below can basically fight on their own. But we should still be careful. Is the other side testing us? Chen Shiyi said with a frown. If they just fight and retreat, even our elite troops will have a hard time defeating them. But if they keep fighting like this and drag it out, it's only a matter of time before Yuan Shao's army collapses. They probably want to understand our army's combat capabilities. After all, this is the first time we've had such a high-intensity conflict with the North, and they probably want to get a good feel for our fighting strength, Kuo Jia said after thinking for a moment. However, we shouldn't move the 3,000 rear-guard troops lightly. Yes, that's for sure. Gongzi, it seems you're not suited for a strong attack. I'll entrust the 3,000 rear guards to you. If the enemy launches a strong counter-offensive and the front line troops break down, you'll take over. What do you say? Chen Shiyi said to Chen Qi, who was standing to the side. I will certainly live up to Commander Chen's expectations. Chen Qi bowed respectfully. Chen 11's previous maneuvering seemed extremely risky, but it quickly broke the deadlock and brought the entire battle into his own rhythm. This was an ability that Chen Qi did not possess. Oh, right, Gongzi, what do you plan to do if the other side launches a strong counterattack? Chen Shiyi felt it was best to give Chen Qi a heads up first, as Chen Kai's previous performance had not been satisfactory, so he was being conservative. Naturally, the large shields will be used to push it up, Chen Qi said. Okay, go ahead. Remember to prepare the ballistae and crossbows. Chen Shiyi instructed Chen Qi, then said nothing more. After Chen Qi left, Chen Shiyi looked at Guo Jie and said, that guy is too rigid and dogmatic. Don't you think he's quite good at managing the garrison defense? Guo Jie said with a smile. Not everyone can do it like you. No, my troops are all rubbish. It's just that these soldiers respect me a lot, and with Second Master and Zilong present, they are so obedient to my orders. As for breaking the deadlock, I can only say that it's because I know how good my hand is. However, the commander on the other side is very capable, Chen Shiyi said with a sigh. What are they trying to do? Guo Jie glanced at the opposing army formation indifferently. In just a short while, the opposing army had split into two large fish-scale formations, launching counterattacks in waves. Chapter 633 An Incomprehensible Battle Situation. Are we going to our deaths? Chen Shiyi asked, puzzled. Fish-scale formation, are they going to launch a direct attack? Guo Jie was also completely confused, but unlike a general who gets excited and ignores everything, he frowned as soon as the other side changed their formation. Something's fishy here, Chen Shiyi said, pursing his lips. They think they can fool us with such a petty trick. You know what they want to do? Guo Jie asked in surprise. Of course I don't know. If I knew, would I be doing this? Chen Shiyi rolled his eyes. He was also very curious about what the opposing commander was trying to do. At least from their performance over this period of time, the opposing legion commander was quite excellent. You'd better be careful. I have a bad feeling. The opposing commander has performed quite well before. You don't want to be tricked by them and make them look bad. Guo Jie carefully observed the situation of the entire army and spoke after a long while. Don't worry, our army has a clear advantage. However, the fish-scale formation is not like the fish-scale formation. Even if we fail to break through the formation, we can simply cut our losses and retreat. With the fish-scale formation, if we engage in a direct attack, he has no way to retreat and can only get deeper and deeper into the fray. Is he really that confident? Chen Shiyi frowned and said. Seeing that Guo Jie did not speak, Chen Shiyi recalled a saying, the most important thing in war is to prevent the enemy from doing what they want to do, and then do what you want to do yourself. He immediately felt confident. Having made up his mind, Chen Shiyi no longer hesitated and immediately said, since he wants to fight back, I'll refuse to fight him. I want to see what the opposing commander is up to. That's a prudent approach, but it doesn't seem like your style, Guo Jie nodded and said. Order our vanguard to form a square formation for defensive suppression, and prevent the enemy from breaking into our lines. Slowly wear them down. Chen Shiyi issued a new order to the messenger. Soon, the entire army stopped engaging Yuan Shao's forces in direct combat and began to form square formations. Then, they clustered together and launched an attack on Yuan Shao's army in a nearly uniform manner.
In an instant, the offensive and defensive situation between Liu Bei's army and Yuan Shao's army reversed. Liu Bei, who was originally pressing Yuan Shao's army, was now being suppressed by Yuan Shao's strong attack.
However, upon closer inspection, one will find that Yuan Shao's army is like a surging sea, while Liu Bei's army is like a cliff standing firm in the sea. The sea crashes against them time and time again, shattering them to pieces, but the cliff still stands firmly in place. Looking at the situation, Zhang Qi realized he had been too hasty. If it weren't for his desire to minimize casualties, Yuan Shao's army and Liu Bei's army would have been locked in a stalemate for a while. Once his trump card was unleashed, Liu Bei's army would have no chance to retreat. I wasn't ruthless enough. I shouldn't have rushed into switching to the fish scale formation. I thought they would be overjoyed and relentlessly attack us, but instead, they switched to a defensive stance, slowly pressuring our forces. Seriously, is their commander out of their mind? I didn't reveal any threat whatsoever, yet they didn't dare to attack. Zhang Qi lamented his own lack of composure while simultaneously questioning whether the opposing commander had some kind of mental problem. After all, Yuan Shao's army is currently performing worse than Liu Bei's army in every aspect. Moreover, Yuan Shao's army's initial goal was to stall for time, while Liu Bei's army should have achieved a quick victory, but instead, it has turned into a full-scale attack by Yuan Shao's army. Liu Bei's army is now on the defensive. It really doesn't seem like there's a problem. Could the other side be doing this on purpose, trying to arouse my suspicion and delay our troops? Chen Shi asked, frowning. I don't know, Kuo Jia said with a wry smile. He couldn't understand the battle at all. Never mind. Whether he has a trump card or not, I'll wipe him out first. No matter how many schemes he has, I'll crush him this time. I want to see what other schemes he has left. Chen Shi said with a cold smile, send orders to the generals, mobilize Zhao Yun's left and right wings, Guang Yu's swordsmen, and Su Zuhu's guards. Give them all their strength and crush them. The battle between Guang Yu and Yan Liang was a close contest, neither could gain the upper hand. Both were prepared to fight to the death, or at least hold their own. So, after the battle reached its peak, both were keeping an eye on their own forces. When Liu Bei's army stormed into the camp, Yan Liang desperately tried to hold off Guang Yu, preventing Guang Yu from returning to boost the morale of Liu Bei's army. Similarly, Zhang Qi unleashed his power and drove Liu Bei's army out, prompting Guang Yu to desperately attack Yan Liang, preventing him from returning to stabilize the defensive line. Thus, Guang Yu and Yan Liang, wielding their broadswords, observed the difference in strength between themselves and the enemy while holding off the enemy, gaining a certain understanding of the enemy army. After Su Chu shattered the camp's fence with 3 blows, Yan Liang cursed inwardly and immediately became anxious, desperately trying to rush back to lead his troops in a counterattack. Guang Yu naturally wouldn't let him, and the two clashed again with their broadswords. Then, Yuan Shao's army launched a strong attack and pushed the defensive line back, so Yan Liang was no longer too worried. However, Su Chu quickly arrived and shouted from afar, "General, Commander Chen orders you to return to the capital. Clang. With a single strike, Guan Yu repelled Yan Ouyang and turned his horse to leave, completely unconcerned that Yan Ouyang would launch an attack on him. As expected, Yan Ouyang did not take the opportunity to attack when he saw Guan Yu retreat. Su Chu stood by, and although he would not join the attack, if he were to launch a sneak attack now, the other party would certainly not be polite. Guan Yu and Su Chu left together. Yan Ouyang hesitated for a moment and then turned to leave as well. After Yan Ouyang had gone far away, Su Chu gave Guan Yu a thumbs up with admiration. "General, you are mighty," Su Chu said to Guan Yu with a look of admiration. Guan Yu didn't speak. To be precise, he had no idea what Su Chu was saying. "The general's turning around earlier was so majestic," Su Chu said with admiration. "His courage and boldness are truly remarkable." Guan Yu did not answer, his expression remaining dignified, but cold sweat had already soaked through his inner armor. Guan Yu turned away without a second thought when he saw Su Chu approaching. Now that he thinks about it, Su Chu didn't have any internal energy at all. All three of his ultimate moves were unleashed by Su Chu himself. It's fine for him to fight miscellaneous soldiers now, but if he were to fight Yan Ouyang, he wouldn't dare to do it without internal energy. He should train to the level of Dian Wei first. On the other side, Yan Ouyang also came to his senses and sighed. Guan Yu is indeed a hero of the world. He then stopped thinking about it and rode back to his army, ready to follow Zhang Qi's command. "It's nothing." Guan Yu's expression was cold and arrogant. In fact, Guan Yu always had the same face and never smiled. Su Chu never thought that Guan Yu was actually just making this gesture out of habit, without considering anything else. "Commander Chen has instructed us to each lead our personal guards and prepare for battle. I will launch a strong attack to break through their lines. General, you will lead the troops to break their formation, and Zilong will lead the army to rout their forces." Seeing Guan Yu's unsmiling expression, Su Chu changed the subject and began to discuss the main matter. Chapter 634 Zhang Qi's Trump Card. Guan Yu did not give Chen Shiyi any leeway in his orders. At least, Guan Yu fully approved of Chen 11's performance after Hulao Pass. Although Chen Shiyi was sometimes excessively lazy, which Guan Yu found unbelievable, Guan Yu absolutely recognized Chen 11's abilities. At least in Guan Yu's view, the defeat of 1,000,000 yellow turbans in one battle combined their bravery with his own ingenious strategies, revealing the whole picture from a single glimpse. Naturally, Guan Yu had a very high opinion of Chen Shiyi.
After Su Chu returned to his army and made preparations, the messenger rushed to Zhao Yang's side. Relying on the amazing mobility of the White Horse Cavalry, Zhao Yun perfectly completed the mission of blocking the left and right battalions of Yuan Shao's army. After receiving the mission, Zhao Yun did not hesitate at all, turned his horse around, and prepared to rout the central army in one battle.
Yan Ouyang fought his way back quickly and joined Yuan Shao's army. He then found Zhang Qi, who was wearing ordinary soldier armor, and asked, "Yi Heng, can you hold on?" "No problem." Zhang Qi glanced at Yan Ouyang. "Stay away from me. I don't have your strength. If a monster like Zhao Yun saw you standing with me, he would definitely shoot an arrow at you. You would be fine, but I would definitely be dead." "What a joke! With me protecting you and 2,000 strong troops, There's absolutely no way Zhao Zilong could kill you, Yan Liang said confidently. That's what they mean. It's telling you not to stand next to the commander during wartime. Not everyone can dress as flashy as him and escape being killed, Zhang Qi said to Yan Liang while assessing the intensity of the conflict between Liu Bei's and Yuan Shao's armies. After the initial charge, Chen 11's formation was no longer very stable, and a considerable number of troops were broken through. Naturally, Liu Bei's soldiers immediately engaged Yuan Shao's army in battle using their more familiar fighting style. What's there to be afraid of? Yan Liang said with a smile. I underestimated Guang Yu a bit. That guy's strength is about the same as mine, and my brother is probably a little weaker than him. But the difference isn't very obvious. However, the advantage of his horse is too obvious. My Qing Kong is a gift from our Lord and is rare in the world. I have to be careful when I encounter Guang Yu in the future. His horse is fast and his sword is heavy. If I'm careless, I might be taken down in one move. Okay, I understand. Go to the back camp and equip the gear I prepared for dealing with the Bingzhou Wolf cavalry. We've already tested their strength enough. Zhang Qi waved his hand, signaling Yan Liang to hurry up. If Yuan Shao's army continued fighting, they would suffer heavy losses. Are you sure you can handle the Bingzhou Wolf cavalry? Don't you know that Zhengli was nearly killed by the elite Bingzhou Wolf cavalry last time and hasn't recovered yet? Yan Liang asked, taken aback. Zhang Qi had never mentioned having any secret weapon, yet now he was shamelessly claiming he could deal with the Bingzhou Wolf cavalry. You'll see when you get there. Yanzhou truly lives up to its reputation as the heart of the Central Plains. It's wonderful. I've heard that Liu Bei has his right and left arms on the other side. It would be great to cut off one of Liu Bei's arms this time. A cold smile appeared on Zhang Qi's face. I am not good at charging into battle, but I am good at commanding troops. I am grateful for your kind offer, Lord Zhu. I will not let you down. The moment Zhang Qi smiled, Yan Liang felt a chill run down his spine and nodded in acknowledgement. He completely forgot that he had no idea what equipment Zhang Qi had prepared. After Yan Liang left, Zhang Qi issued his final order, a full-scale counter-charge, a fight to the death. I feel like this situation is getting weirder and weirder. We should be on the offensive, but we're on the defensive. Yuan Shao's army, which should be defending and waiting for reinforcements, is not attacking desperately. Is the enemy trying to swallow us up by relying on their morale? Chen Shiyi said with a strange expression. To be honest, Chen Shiyi regretted it a bit. He originally thought this battle would be easy and had the idea of training newcomers. He put Chen Qi in charge of the Central Army, while Guang Yu and Zhao Yun would try to take advantage of any openings. But this is what happened. Something's not right. Have you noticed something? The number of Yuan Shao's soldiers is a bit off, Kuo said, frowning. At this moment, Su Chu had already led the Tiger Guard into Yuan Shao's army. The sharp force of the army directly cut a gap in Yuan Shao's army, and Guang Yu led the swordsmen to frantically widen the gap. It was estimated that in another quarter of an hour, Yuan Shao's army would be completely split in two. It seems like we're missing 3,000 to 5,000 men, Chen Shiyi said, frowning. If they were reserves, they should have appeared by now. Once Zhongkang and the second master break through Yuan Shao's army head-on, Zilong will definitely mobilize the cloud energy without reservation and unleash a devastating attack, Chen Shiyi said with a strange expression. Once the situation reaches that point, the White Horse cavalry will advance unimpeded, and even if the enemy has reserves, they will have no chance of turning the tide. The entire army will only have one path to collapse. Even if they are now launching a desperate counterattack, their morale will only be able to sustain them for a short while under those circumstances. Kuochia quickly analyzed. You mean the other side is confident they can wipe out Zilong's White Horse cavalry in one fell swoop? Chen Shiyi frowned and said, Zilong isn't a brute like Gongsun Bogui, and this is a plain, without the restrictions of a boundary bridge. Jaikiao. Kuochia was taken aback, then suddenly realized, Zishuan, quickly order Zilong to return the army and not to charge in. I'm afraid the enemy will recreate the special terrain of the Battle of Jaikiao. They might actually be able to do it. Oh no, it's too late. Quickly send an order to Gongzi. Chen Shiyi was also stunned, and instantly understood what was going on. The other party was indeed creating a special terrain like the boundary bridge. Although that terrain only lasted for a dozen or so breaths, Chen Shiyi didn't dare to gamble on it. A dozen or so breaths might be enough to turn the tide. The White Horse cavalry was indeed fast, but Su Chu broke through the enemy lines, Guang Yu expanded the advantage, and Zhao Yun routed the enemy's forces. However, in reality, at the moment the enemy's forces were routed, they were actually surrounded by Yuan Shao's army on both sides, but these Yuan Shao's troops were about to collapse and scatter. If the enemy can turn the tide in one drumbeat, then the defeated Yuan Shao soldiers on both sides will become an impenetrable wall, just like the restriction at the edge of the Jaikiao bridge. One squeeze will be enough to trap the Beima cavalry inside. Without speed, the Beima cavalry is no better than infantry. This is a lesson learned in blood. Lian Jiu, stand up and take a look. Is Tianfeng's stronghold only protected by fences? Kuochia looked around and suddenly stood up to ask. Reporting to military advisor Guo, Tianfeng's main camp only has an outer fence. Due to the previous battle, the outer camps have also been destroyed, and the entire area in front of the main camp is flat, Ruang Lian Jiu replied after standing on the carriage for a while. Is that really the case? Kuochia smiled bitterly. Zishuan, we may be facing the biggest defeat since we started following our lord. Failure? Chen Shiyi raised an eyebrow. I don't think we'll lose. Chapter 635 Where is my call? All of their previous actions were aimed at either trapping us or letting us trap them. Now we have no way to retreat. Our army and the enemy army are already entangled together. This flat Yanzhou is too suitable for warfare. Kuochia smiled bitterly. I don't understand what you're saying at all. What does this have to do with our defeat? If you keep talking nonsense, I'll teach you a lesson for undermining morale. Chen Shiyi glanced at Kuochia and said with a displeased expression, daring to say anything. There's no time to punish me now. If my estimation is correct, the 3,000 to 5,000 men that were gone on the other side must have gone to prepare chariots. As for Tianfeng's main camp, they only built the outer fence, leaving the inside as a smooth road, just for the sake of those few hundred steps of speed. Kuochia said with a bitter expression. Yanzhou is now at peace. Too many wars took place in this region during the spring and autumn period. It used to be a grand gathering of chariots. Unfortunately, that era has passed, and time has erased all traces. Even the wise have forgotten everything that happened in this region. Quickly assemble Chen Qi, abandon all melee weapons, equip the entire force with powerful crossbows, abandon the ballistae, equip all issued crossbows, and hand over the test-repeating crossbows and ballistae to the Central Army for allocation. Chen Shiyi was taken aback, and immediately understood what Guo Jue meant by the danger of defeat. When it comes to weapons of war, if heavy cavalry with their vests, heavy armor, saddles, and stirrups are considered killing machines, then the heavily restricted chariots would definitely teach heavy cavalry a lesson. Of course, it's undeniable that chariots, due to their significant limitations, have long since disappeared from the historical stage. However, in open field battles, once these things accelerate, they can be deadly, especially in terms of impact force. Even in a face-to-face confrontation, 500 chariots would definitely be enough to crush 1,000 heavy cavalry. Generally speaking, the greater the restrictions, the greater the power. And the chariot is clearly a prime example of this. Slow down, slow down. Chen Shiyi prayed repeatedly, watching the direction Su Chu was slashing. He hoped that Su Chu would slow down so that his archers could be deployed in place. If the archers weren't in place and the chariots got involved, even if all the chariots facing Yuan Shao were of inferior quality and could only charge for 3,000 meters, it would still be enough to inflict a crushing defeat on him. This was simply a battle of a different scale.
The biggest problem with chariots is their wheels, and Yanzhou is a plain, which is extremely suitable for large-scale battles. But for chariots, a plain is only a basic requirement. Guo Jiaping said, calming his mind.
As he spoke, Guo Jue had already started to make his move. Whether he would succeed or not was still uncertain, but if he did not make a move, he would only suffer a crushing defeat. If he did make a move, there might still be hope of turning the tide. For infantry to charge against cavalry and chariots would be suicidal, but chariots and cavalry would inevitably be countered by crossbow bolts. Drawing water from all directions, but control it so it doesn't fall. Chen Shiyi also started working, and a sudden gust of wind arose. The sandstorm swept up made Yuan Shao's army squint, and in that instant, many of Yuan Shao's soldiers fell. By this time, Yan Liang had already prepared his chariots, having previously spotted 500 chariots in the rear camp. Yan Liang was initially surprised, but quickly understood that this was Zhang Qi's contingency plan. However, in this battle situation and terrain, this single contingency plan was enough to scatter tens of thousands of infantry. In the spring and autumn period, national strength was measured by the number of chariots, not infantry or cavalry. This was no joke. On a plain, facing infantry and cavalry head-on, a chariot with over 1,000 could practically wipe out any number of enemy troops. Such battles were utterly one-sided massacres. To Yan Liang's dismay, these vehicles were all converted from supply wagons and could not withstand much wear and tear. After this battle, almost all 500 supply wagons used for transporting supplies were destroyed. It was precisely because it was a supply wagon that it was not taken seriously by Lu Bulettin's scouts or Guang Yu's scouts, Otherwise, if a real war chariot had been brought, any discerning person would have seen through it. However, Zhangqi was there to escort supplies, so most of the more than 1,000 cattle used to pull the inferior chariots were eaten as rewards. Although Yanliang knew about chariots, he didn't have a deep understanding of them. Originally, it should have been 2 oxen, 3 horses, 5 combatants, and 1 driver for the chariot. Now it's just 1 ox and 3 horses. Besides, the ox has already been eaten. What else do you want to do? Even so, with 500 chariots and 3,000 soldiers who were ready, Yanliang could already feel victory beckoning to him. As expected of the talent highly recommended by Zhu Gong. This time, I'll crush you to death. Yanliang became more and more confident as he looked at Liu Bei's army, and his secret joy was revealed. Winning the first battle against Liu Bei's army was a good omen. Soon the chariot was equipped with all the necessary parts. Yanliang laughed wildly and immediately ordered his men to prepare and arrange the equipment. Yanliang only had a superficial understanding of chariots, while Zhangqi did know a bit, but he was currently commanding from the front and only sent a deputy general to give him a few instructions. After all, chariots were always a foolproof way to fight non-chariot troops on the plains. As long as you didn't commit suicide, it was difficult to lose. Charge! Take them down and break through their lines. After leading his chariots to the center of the camp, Yanliang, seeing the unfavorable situation on the battlefield, shouted excitedly without waiting for Zhangqi's orders. Under Yanliang's command, all the chariots began to slowly accelerate, quickly reaching the speed of ordinary cavalry, and then roared past Zhangqi. Zhangqi was stunned when he saw Yanliang rush over, and he was about to curse him out. Zhangqi's goal was to cripple Liu Bei, and it wasn't time for the chariots to attack yet. However, seeing that Yanliang had already charged, he suppressed his anger and decided to deal with Yanliang later. What he needed to do now was to coordinate with the infantry to crush the enemy. Disobeying orders could be dealt with later, now was not the time to worry about such things. Where's my cow? Zhangqi almost spat out blood. Before Zhangqi could order his soldiers to follow, he noticed that the chariots of Yanliang's army that rushed past him were all made of oxen, carrying 6 people and pulling a chariot. How could an ox and 3 horses run at high speed for 10 miles? Without 2 oxen, what good is a horse's endurance? Not every human can have internal energy, let alone a horse. Most horses are at best a little better than those from the spring and autumn period, their inherent weaknesses remain. It's true that Zhangqi was confused. In order to disguise himself well, he had to deceive his own people first, so he didn't tell anyone. The 1,000 cattle that were brought in came with the supplies. Cattle for herding are not draft cattle. Killing draft cattle is illegal, but killing cattle for herding is really no big deal. In this way, the captain in charge of logistics naturally regarded it as meat brought to reward the soldiers. Anyway, there were many cattle grazing near the north, and Yuan Shao would occasionally give the soldiers extra meals, with beef and mutton being the first choice. An army of over 2,000 people, with 1,000 cattle, hadn't finished eating in almost a month, and there were still 500 left. That was already because the logistics personnel were stingy. If they had been allowed to eat freely, they would have been gone in 10 days. Chapter 636 There is a type of teammate who is worse than no teammate at all.
Not to mention that Jiang Qi was so angry he almost vomited blood. Just the moment Yan Liang led the chariots out of the camp, he almost felt victory beckoning to him.
In fact, when Yan Liang led the first chariot to appear on the flat ground of Yuan Shao's army camp, Ruangli and Jiu had already reported to Guo Jie. Here it comes. This move is truly unexpected. As expected, there are no useless weapons of war, only people who use them in the wrong way. Guo Jie turned to Chen Shiyi and sighed. I am 90% certain that we have saved Lu Bulletin from disaster. Nonsense, I know that even if you don't say it. He's definitely taking the fall for the Bingzhou Wolf Cavalry. It's really infuriating. I almost got killed by Lu Bulletin before, and now I'm taking the fall for him again. Come on, I won't lose. Chen Shiyi said with a gloomy face. Even a fool would know that this was definitely a killing move to deal with Lu Bulletin. Get ready. Victory or defeat depends on our performance. If we seize the opportunity well, we can not only win, but also very likely decide the outcome with one blow. But are you really that confident? Guo Jie took a deep breath, suppressed the distracting thoughts in his mind, and looked at Chen Shiyi with firm eyes and asked. I trust Zilong. He'll definitely seize that slim chance. Chen Shiyi nodded, but inwardly he was cursing. Now that things have come to this, do you think I can still run away? It's not just about fighter jets, it's also about strength. Guo Jie sighed, silently making predictions, and then preparing for the final change of events. Boom boom boom. The frantic drumbeats of Yuan Shao's army could not stop Su Chu's tiger guards from advancing, nor could they stop Guang Yu's swordsmen from slashing and killing at will, much less hinder the white horse cavalry from moving as nimbly as butterflies flitting among flowers. Finally, Zhao Yun tore through Yuan Shao's army, and Guang Yu completely routed the right flank of Yuan Shao's army. Su Chu's guards also shattered Yuan Shao's right flank, and the clouds in the sky that had been fixed by the bloodthirsty aura of Yuan Shao's army also cracked open at this moment. Guang Yu, Zhao Yun, and Su Chu's strength began to recover rapidly. If Yuan Shao's army had no trump cards, this breach would become the source of their defeat, and the clouds in the sky that had split open would gradually dissipate as Yuan Shao's army scattered to the left and right. It can be said that if Chen Shiyi had been given another chance to beat the drum, Yuan Shao's army would have fallen apart, and Liu Bei would have been fragmented due to the pursuit, after which the clouds would have gradually dissipated. Unfortunately, at that moment, Yan Liang charged forward in his chariot, roaring as he charged. This momentum, like 10,000 horses galloping, instantly shattered the defenses that had been fighting a desperate counter-charge. The demoralized Yuan Shao army regained its fighting spirit, and the clouds that had been separated due to the rout began to gradually regroup. At this moment, Su Chu was terrified, because Yan Liang's chariots were rushing towards the place they had carved out, and would arrive at the battlefield in at most 30 breaths. The broken clouds in the sky had begun to close up, and the shackles that had been broken off were being put back on. Not good. Zhao Yun exclaimed in surprise, but it was too late to retreat. Once surrounded on all sides, the white horse cavalry would suffer the same tragedy as at Jaikiel. That blood-stained yellow sand must never be repeated. As for retreating, Zhao Yun had acted rashly earlier. He had charged too fast, the chance of fighting his way back was almost non-existent. Get out of my way, all of you. In an instant, Zhao Yun's mind flashed back to the faces and voices of the many generals and officers of the White Horse Cavalry, then shifted to Xue Shao's description of the remnants of the White Horse Cavalry. The tragedy of the Battle of Jieqiao, and Xue Shao's bland description, echoed in Zhao Yun's mind once again. Originally, Su Chu led the Tiger Guards to clear the way. Guang Yu widened the middle, and Zhao Yun demoralized the enemy. However, as they advanced, Yuan Shao's army's morale waned. Su Chu broke through their formation on the left, Guang Yu halted their advance on the right, and Zhao Yun was left in the center on his white horse to pick off lower-ranking officers. Now, having broken through Yuan Shao's army, it was actually Zhao Yun who was at the forefront. With a sweep of his silver spear, Zhao Yun frantically unleashed his inner energy, and a silver-blue flower rose up beside him, instantly annihilating a large number of Yuan Shao's soldiers who had been surrounding him. However, upon sensing the powerful reinforcements behind them, Yuan Shao's army charged forward fearlessly. Charge with me! Zhao Yun roared, charging diagonally to the left, spear in his left hand and sword in his right, frantically slashing at the soldiers. He broke through just before Yuan Shao's army could encircle him, and then the White Horse Cavalry surged out, followed by a torrential downpour. Strategist, General Zhao has charged out, and Colonel Chen has led the crossbowmen toward the vanguard. They will arrive at the battlefield in a quarter of an hour, Ruang Li and Jiu said to Chen Shiyi and Guojie from his chariot.
We won! Chen Xi laughed loudly. Truly the fearless and invincible Zhao Zilong. Beat the drums. Maintain the all-out advance. The chariots are powerful, but their greatest strength is also their greatest weakness, reckless charging. What a reckless charging! Although I don't know why the enemy attacked first, excellent. Well done. Ha ha ha.
The enemy was too hasty. If we had waited any longer to let our army completely scatter their vanguard and then launch our attack after our cloud formations broke, we would have been defeated. I didn't expect them to send out troops at this time. Ha 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 ha. Guojie laughed, feeling a sense of relief at surviving a disaster. The moment Yanliang sped up, a torrential downpour began, as if the sky were collapsing. But it didn't matter to Yanliang. He was absolutely confident that as long as he crashed through, everything would be over. The next instant, Yanliang saw Zhao Yun charge out first, followed by a large number of white horses. But this was meaningless to Yanliang, who was in high spirits at the moment. He would crush the white horses as easily as crushing ants. Heaven is my witness, and the white horse is my witness. Zhao Yun was the first to shout this, and all the White Horse Cavalry shouted the same. Then they all followed Zhao Yun and sped off to the left at an astonishing speed. Yanliang sneered, frantically pulling on the chariot. He could already see the White Horse Cavalry falling under his wheels. Die! Yanliang roared, and all the archers on the chariots drew their bows and fired arrows toward the white horse. This time, many of the volunteers fell from their horses, and many cavalrymen were unable to avoid the rain and slipped. Similarly, Yanliang's chariots had already collided due to poor control of the heavy rain. However, Yanliang, who was charging at the forefront, couldn't see these tanks that were slipping and colliding due to their excessive speed and poor quality. All Yan Liang could see was the passage that had closed because Zhao Yun had broken out of the encirclement, and the Yuan Shao army formation that had been suppressed again because Liu Bei's army was advancing. The passage that Liu Bei's army had painstakingly broken through earlier was closed once again thanks to the morale boost from Yan Liang's chariot. Chapter 637 Zhang He arrives to reinforce. Guang Yu's swordsmen and Su Chu's tiger guards were all trapped inside Yuan Shao's army, and because of the encirclement from both sides, they were constantly being pushed towards Liu Bei's army by Yuan Shao. Only a large number of Yuan Shao's troops remained in front of Yan Liang's chariot. The rain and the previous actions of the White Horse Cavalry completely obscured Yan Liang's judgment of the army, resulting in the tragedy of harming himself before harming others. At this point, Yan Liang's chariots were out of control. In order to defeat Liu Bei's army as quickly as possible, the speed had been pushed to the limit. In addition, the attack on the White Horse Cavalry had completely misjudged the situation. At the same time, Zhao Yun, leading the White Horse Cavalry, had completed the turn, and all the White Horse Cavalry drew their bows and fired arrows at Yan Liang's chariot, unleashing a rain of arrows. The White Horse Cavalry's nimble and quick turnaround did not mean that Yan Liang's chariot could stop its speeding chariot upon seeing Yuan Shao's soldiers blocking its way. Not good. Yan Liang cried out in agony. This cry was not because of Zhao Yun's rain of arrows, but because the chariot was charging madly toward his own soldiers who were fighting. The biggest drawback of the chariot had appeared: it could not stop its momentum, could not make small turns, and could only fight head-on. At that moment, Zhang Qi's command sword fell to the ground in shock, sticking out at an angle, and he was instantly soaked by the rain. "It's all over," Zhang Qi said with dazed eyes. He had sensed something was wrong the moment Zhao Yun jumped out of the encirclement, but reality was even crueler than he had imagined. However, Zhang Qi quickly suppressed his despair and calmly issued his final order to retreat, both to preserve his soldiers and to give the chariots ample space. The moment Yan Liang steered his chariots into his own army, screams of agony filled the air. 500 chariots roared past Yuan Shao's army from behind, crushing the soldiers in that path. Both Yuan Shao's and Liu Bei's troops fell like wheat being harvested. How could this be? Yan Liang was speechless with rage. He was stunned the moment the chariot crushed and crashed into Yuan Shao's army. He clearly remembered that this place was full of Liu Bei's troops, so why were they all gone? The chariot charged forward brutally, crushing countless severed limbs into a bloody pulp. At this moment, Yan Liang finally realized that he had made a grave mistake. However, he had already seen Guang Yu and Guang Yu's personal guards not far in front of him. Yan Liang also heard the sound of gongs being struck from behind. He also realized that his grave mistake had led to the defeat in this battle. Guang Yu, prepare to die. Yan Liang, ignoring everything else, led his chariots toward Liu Bei's army. Yuan Shao's army had been pierced by Yan Liang's chariots. The ferocious roar of the chariots completely shattered the morale of Yuan Shao's army. The soldiers of Yuan Shao's army, who were originally united, finally collapsed after being stabbed in the back by their own comrades. Under the sound of the gong signaling Zhang Qi's retreat, everyone wished they had 2 more legs. Of Yuan Shao's army, only Yan Liang's chariots remained charging towards Liu Bei's forces. He had made a mistake. so he would take responsibility. At the very least, he wouldn't flee, and he would do his best to protect his soldiers. Piercing through Yuan Shao's army, their chariots stained with blood. Their charge towards Guan Yun appeared wild and chilling. Yan Ouyang's expression was incredibly ferocious. He hated himself for acting recklessly without any knowledge. The situation, which could have been turned around, had been completely ruined by him. He was filled with rage. However, regardless of the amount of anger burning within him, he knew that this was not the time for hatred. Instead, he should charge, kill Guan Yu, and lead his chariots into Liu Bei's army, bringing carnage to Liu Bei's ranks. Only in this way could he atone for his mistake and save the soldiers whose lives were in danger because of his error that led to the loss of victory. Prepare to die, Guan Yu. At this moment, Yan Ouyang was incredibly resolute. For the first time, he felt utterly defeated. Without a second thought, Guan Yu dodged Yan Ouyang, who was driving the chariot. He had already seen the determination to die in Yan Ouyang's eyes. Even Lu Buledin wouldn't do something so crazy as to fight a top-tier master of the era who was determined to die. Kill. Yan Ouyang didn't even look in the direction Guan Yu had dodged, and led his chariot to accelerate wildly. He didn't care what was in front of him at all. Chen Kai's crossbow bolts rained down relentlessly, but they couldn't stop the chariot's frantic advance. This time, Yan Ouyang had no intention of fighting his way out. He only sought to kill the enemy. He no longer cared about his own life or death. He had failed Yuan Shao's trust. Under the powerful crossbow bolts, many of Yan Ouyang's soldiers riding in chariots were shot to death, their horses were hit, and many chariots were destroyed because their drivers were shot to death. Without anyone to drive them, the chariots collided directly with other chariots, resulting in their destruction and the deaths of the drivers. However, none of this could deter Yan Ouyang's determination. He continued his frenzied charge at the forefront, crashing into Liu Bei's army formation and killing as many soldiers as possible, leaving a trail of bloodshed wherever he went. Unfortunately, as the battle continued, the chariots slowed down, and the torrential rain caused them to overturn one after another. Yan Ouyang's chariots began to fall apart one after another, and in the end, less than 100 of the 500 chariots managed to break through. Of the 3,000 men, 2,500 had fallen.
After breaking through Liu Bei's army, the chariots traveled several hundred paces forward before finally coming to a slow stop, completely ignoring Liu Bei's army that was chasing after them.
You may leave, Yan Ouyang said to the remaining few hundred soldiers after stopping the chariot. The soldiers who had fought their way out of Liu Bei's army looked at each other in bewilderment. You may leave now, while you can still escape. This battle was my fault, let my death be the end of it. Please convey a message to my lord, I have failed his expectations. Yan Ouyang's words showed no fear of death, only helplessness at having disappointed Yuan Shao. In his memory, he had not yet repaid the debt of gratitude. After saying this, Yan Ouyang turned his chariot around and prepared to charge back. To his surprise, many of the soldiers who had charged out with him also turned their chariots around. I am willing to die with the general, a soldier with an arrow in his chest said, bowing. Lord Yuan has already given me enough money to support my wife, children, and elderly mother. Since that is the case, what is there to fear in death? let them witness the might of the men of Yan and Zhao. A burly man covered in blood laughed loudly. Kill! Yan Ouyang roared once again and charged directly towards Liu Bei's army. However, this time the rear guard was fully prepared, and a rain of arrows poured down. Instantly, many chariots collided and overturned because their drivers died. General Yan, Zhang He is here. Just as Yan Ouyang led his troops to charge into Liu Bei's army once again, a voice came from afar. Chapter 638 The Real Target. Then came a rapid drumbeat, and the ground shook. A true stampede of 10,000 horses appeared, and it wasn't the left flank that Chen Shiyi had been guarding against, but rather the rear guard's reinforcements that appeared. They've finally arrived. I've been waiting impatiently. I've prepared so many powerful crossbows and ballistae, and finally, we've caught Yuan Shao's Bingzhou Wolf Cavalry. After taking such a huge risk and almost being defeated, we've finally caught the fish I wanted. Kuo Jia slowly stood up and said. The reason Chen Shiyi insisted on attacking Tianfeng's stronghold was not out of momentary anger. In fact, if it were merely to retaliate against Zhang He's previous actions, Chen Shiyi would never have launched an open attack after analyzing that Tianfeng had left and Yan Ouyang was holding the line. Even if he wanted to retaliate for what happened before, Chen Shiyi would only launch a night raid after Tianfeng returned and lowered his guard, instead of leading a large army to confront Yuan Shao's army head, unlike he is now. Chen Shiyi is not that foolish. In reality, Chen Shiyi was just angry and said, "Let's go beat up Yuan Shao's army to vent our anger." It was obviously just something he said in the heat of the moment, but Guo Jia really believed that the whole army had to go and fight Yuan Shao. The reasons were so compelling that even Chen Shiyi had to acknowledge them, and he ultimately led his army to confront Yuan Shao's forces head on. Yes, they've finally arrived. If they hadn't come, this battle would have been for nothing, Chen Shiyi said with a smile. From the very beginning, their target was not the soldiers of Tianfeng's camp, nor Yuan Tan, Yan Ouyang, Zhang Qi, and the like, but Zhang He, or more precisely, Zhang He's elite wolf cavalry. After Lu Buletin left, Kuo Jia, with his keen understanding of human nature, instantly grasped Lu Buletin's thoughts. This is why Guo Jia only verbally said he would teach Lu Buletin a lesson if given the chance, rather than actually killing him. Guo Jia already understood. Lu Buletin would hand over Yan province as a gift, specifically to them. Therefore, it was only logical to drive Yuan Shao out of Yan province and prepare for the next move. The biggest rival for taking over Yan province is undoubtedly Yuan Shao. As for Sun Yu, who is currently in Shenliu, even if he knows about this, he can only silently withdraw his gaze. No matter how wise you are, without the corresponding basic strength to use your wisdom, the cake of Yan province can only be shared between Liu Bei and Yuan Shao. Since that's the case, there's really nothing else to say. While Yuan Shao is still unaware of this news, we should give him a good beating, and by the time he finds out, Liu Bei will have already wiped him out. Of course, this is just an ideal scenario, wiping him out completely is impossible. For future plans, Chen Gong will definitely inform Yuan Shao's army a few days later, thus ensuring that Yuan Shao's army will gain a portion of Yanzhou's territory. If Liu Bei is currently inferior to Yuan Shao in any way, it is the sheer number of his cavalry, even if he is several days late. With a large number of cavalry stationed by Zhang He in Yanzhou, their superior speed compared to infantry would be more than enough to seize half of the territory from Chen Shiyi and Guo Jie, given that Bingzhou and Yanzhou are completely adjacent. Borrowing troops would be a piece of cake. Because of this consideration, after Guo Jie determined that the ambush on Zhao Yun was carried out by Yuan Shao's cavalry, he immediately decided to use his own army as bait. Only by decisively defeating Yuan Shao's cavalry hidden in Yanzhou could they gain a decisive advantage in the subsequent operations.
There's a saying that goes, man proposes, God disposes. First, Jiang Qi's command ability surprised everyone, and then the enemy used a specially prepared killing move against the Bingzhou Wolf cavalry against Liu Bei's army. In short, the entire battlefield was in chaos, and even a moment of carelessness could lead to defeat.
However chaotic things were, everything eventually returned to Guo Jie's main storyline. Zhang He finally arrived, even though he came from the wrong direction, and that was enough. The next moment, to the puzzled looks of Zhang He and Yan Ouyang, a large banner with the character Guang was raised from the former front army, which is now the Central Army. Chen Shiyi and Guo Jie, who were in charge of the Central Army, were overjoyed. The reason why they had let Chen Qi command earlier was not only to train Chen Qi, but also to confuse the enemy. The moment Zhang He appeared, the entire army changed. The Central Army was turned around and led by Guang Yu, while the left and right flanks were filled with Guang Yu's first wave of cavalry. The Tiger Guards, who had charged at the forefront, became the rear guard of the new army formation. Chen Qi, who had been ordered by Chen Shiyi to equip the rear army with powerful crossbows and ballistae, turned around again and followed the rear army to become the central guard. The rear army, which had not been used until now, became the front army. The entire front army and the entire central guard were now composed of archers. Unfortunately, it was originally estimated that Zhang He would attack from the left flank, which rendered Zhao Yun's attack from the left diagonal point completely useless. Attack from both flanks. All archers and crossbowmen in the vanguard, prepare to inflict casualties on the soldiers. Guang Yu, commanding the Central Army, issued the new order. That said, the reason why the entire army was able to move around without disorder was mainly because Guo Jie and Chen Shiyi did not use Guang Yu's main cavalry on the left and right flanks, nor the archers who had been guarding the rear, no matter how dangerous the situation was. They were waiting for this moment. These three forces were purely for dealing with cavalry. Zhang He charged toward Liu Bei's army with shouts of command, but before he could reach the front, the archers in the rear guard, who had been waiting in formation, unleashed a barrage of arrows at Zhang He's army with the sound of a bowstring. Then a large number of crossbow bolts rained down. Chen Shiyi brought all the equipment he had brought with him and used more than 8,000 crossbows in a single battle for the first time. At this moment, arrows rained down like a storm. The ground was already slippery due to the heavy rain that had fallen beforehand, and under this barrage of arrows, Zhang He's Bingzhou Wolf cavalry were instantly thrown into chaos. The cavalry that had been waiting on the left and right flanks also charged out at this moment. Their original purpose was to block and flank, but now those were no longer important. Their purpose now was to take advantage of the chaos in Zhang He's army and cut off Zhang He's army, so that Liu Bei's army could at least annihilate more than half of Yuan Shao's cavalry. Charge! Zhang He roared and charged toward Liu Bei's army. The moment the enemy's rear guard revealed their weapons, he knew that the entire Yuan-Sha army had been tricked. The enemy's goal was not to capture the camp, but to wipe out his thousands of cavalry. Kill. Sima Zhu and his men led their cavalry in a fearless charge towards Yuan-Shao's army, determined to cut the entire Yuan-Sha army in two, even if it meant their own deaths. The wolf riders were extremely fast. Instead of looking for openings and flanking maneuvers, they charged straight at Liu Bei's archers, aiming only for long-range kills. Liu Bei's army, which had no melee weapons, suffered heavy losses instantly. However, the first wolf riders that Yuan-Sha acquired from Bingzhou began to disappear from this moment on. Chapter 639 Zhang He's defeat. Zhang He was also a brave and fierce man. Although he was shocked to realize that he had been ambushed, he calmed down completely. After two groups of more than 1,000 cavalrymen suddenly attacked from the left and right, Zhang He realized that if he could not break out within an instant time, he and Yan Ouyang, along with thousands of Bingzhou wolf cavalrymen, would be trapped here. Charge! Zhang He roared, and the clouds in the sky suddenly twisted and then changed rapidly. For the first time, Zhang He displayed his legionary talent in front of the world. This is, Chen Shiyi frowned as he looked at the dark clouds in Zhang He's direction. Legion talent, I just don't know what attribute it is. But fortunately, even the best legion talent depends on the abilities of the commander and soldiers. They are the ones who take the lead. Cloud aura and legion talent are just auxiliary. Kuo-Jia frowned, but seeing the arrow raining down from the vanguard, he felt much more at ease. It seems to be a legion talent that makes the army collectively more agile. Chen Shiyi frowned. This was the first time he had seen such a legion talent, but it was obvious that with this legion talent, Zhang He's army seemed to be able to perform some abnormal actions collectively. It's not very useful, but for commanding a large army, this kind of agility can greatly improve the soldiers' survivability and combat effectiveness. However, it has no effect at all now. Kuo-Jia nodded, then chuckled. 8,000 crossbows, that's quite a lot. Other lords really wouldn't be able to do that. We wiped them out, but it's a pity. Zhang He is also a clever man. He unexpectedly attacked from the rear, and my front line inevitably suffered losses. Indeed, excessive firepower can lead to insufficient defense. Chen Shiyi sighed. All Zhang He could do now was charge relentlessly at Liu Bei's army. A single volley of arrows killed at least several hundred men, and many more fell from their horses. It could be said that the combined fire of 8,000 crossbowmen caused Zhang He to lose over 1,000 soldiers in one fell swoop. 3 volleys of arrows rained down, and Zhang He led his troops directly into the vanguard. Many archers, armed only with single-handed swords, were killed in the charge. A bloody storm raged at the front, but none of this mattered to Zhang He. What mattered was that his Bingzhou wolf cavalry had been cut off by Sima Zhu and his cavalry. Any further delay would result in complete encirclement. General Yan, let's go. Zhang He led his personal guards and fought their way to Yan Ouyang's side. By this time, Yan Ouyang had been hit by several arrows, and his armor was covered in blood. Of the more than 100 soldiers who had followed him, only a few remained. Junyi, run! Yan Ouyang roared, already seeing Guan Yu leading the central army to charge forward. "If you don't leave, we'll all be stuck here. Do you want us to die?" Zhang He roared. "Our lord is waiting for you to return. Do you want to leave with regrets? Have you forgotten what our lord said?" Yanliang was stunned. He was hit by another arrow and immediately swung his broadsword to kill the enemy soldiers around him. "General, leave immediately!" Zhang He roared in anger. He had come to rescue Yanliang, but now his men had suffered countless losses. If he still couldn't rescue Yanliang, what had he done? Was he just wasting his efforts? Yanliang opened his mouth but didn't know what to say.
"Stop your nonsense, Yan Manzi. Our lord bestowed upon you a fine horse, a precious sword, and beautiful women, not so you could die. You should at least return these things to our lord. Do you want these things to become enemy spoils, for Liu Bei to wield against our lord?" Zhang He roared in exasperation at his son's lack of integrity. "How will you repay them if you die?"
Zhang He's voice was as important to Yanliang as the morning bell and evening drum. "Go. Fight our way out. I absolutely cannot die before I have reported back to my lord." Yanliang roared, and the arrows that had struck him were knocked away. The initial sorrow and despair of facing death vanished completely with Yanliang's roar, and he became resolute once more, cleaving the chariot frame in two with a single stroke. He then leaped onto his green horse. Wielding broadswords, Yanliang and Zhang He joined forces and fought their way out, fleeing north. Blocking their path was Zhao Yun, who had just circled around from the left to the right. "Kill!" Zhang He roared. Without fear, he thrust at Zhao Yun. Zhang He had already fought Zhao Yun before, and he knew that only by fighting fearlessly could he withstand Zhao Yun's 50 moves. As for what happens after 50 moves, it will depend on whether Yanliang can save him. However, Zhang He does not dare to place all his hopes on Yanliang. Fortunately, this time when he encounters Zhao Yun, Zhang He does not need to hide the extent of his internal energy. "Yanliang, prepare to die." Guan Yu transformed into a streak of green light and flashed past the central army at an astonishing speed. At this moment, his spirit and energy were concentrated on this one blade, which he fiercely slashed down at Yanliang. "You die." Yanliang's eyes were filled with unwavering determination. He absolutely could not die. He could not die until he had repaid everything he owed Yuan Shao. Yanliang's belief was unwavering. He swung his broadsword with all his might, his determination to win clashing with his belief in invincibility. Guan Yu and Yanliang collided fiercely. With a single blow, Yanliang and his horse were sent flying dozens of steps backward, landing right next to Zhang He. "Junyi, retreat quickly. You are no match for him." Yanliang roared, and the great Xia dragon sparrow blade slashed directly at Zhao Yun. When Yanliang faced Zhao Yun head-on this time, he immediately realized that Zhao Yun was definitely a master of the same caliber as Guan Yu, and even no less skilled than Lu Buledin, except that he was mentally deficient. Yanliang's deadly strike was deflected by Zhao Yun's spear. Zhao Yun then unleashed a barrage of spear thrusts with sharp, explosive sounds, but Yanliang neither dodged nor evaded. He charged in with his blade, risking injury, and forced Zhao Yun to retreat. After Zhang He and Yanliang broke through the White Horse cavalry's blockade, they were left with only a few hundred cavalrymen. Compared to the previous scene of Zhang He's 10,000 horses galloping, their situation was much more miserable. However, the two managed to escape. Order the rest of you to quickly clean up the battlefield and not to pursue them. After seeing Zhang He and Yang Liang leave and Zhao Yun and Guang Yu leading their troops in pursuit, Chen Shiyi immediately ordered the entire army to clean up the battlefield. It should be noted that the previous battle with Zhang He lasted only a quarter of an hour, and about 3,000 people from both sides fell on the battlefield. As for the wounded, there were even more. However, looking at the thousands of Bingzhou horses, Chen Shiyi couldn't help but sigh that this battle could be considered a victory. But what comes next is the most important. After Chen Shiyi ordered his men to clean up the battlefield, bury the dead of Yuan Shao's army on the spot, and treat all the wounded, Guang Yu and Zhao Yun finally returned. However, judging from their helpless expressions, Chen Shiyi knew that they had not captured Yang Liang and Zhang He. But then again, it would be really hard to catch these people if they wanted to escape. What bad luck, Guang Yu sighed. What's wrong? Chen Shiyi asked curiously, seeing Guang Yu's helpless expression. We were about to catch up, but then we ran into Yuan Shao's army, Zhao Yun said, looking frustrated. Chapter 640 Local Specialized Military Units. There are probably no fewer than 2,000 men, and they are arrayed and charging toward us. Our army has been fighting fiercely for nearly 2 hours, and our soldiers are exhausted. Moreover, it is getting late. Why don't we retreat and set up camp? Guang Yu suggested to Chen Shiyi. Chen Shiyi and Guo Jia exchanged a glance, both looking surprised. It can't be that exaggerated, can it? What kind of flag are they flying? The Central Command flag is Wen, and the deputy flags are Shen, Zhang, Wang, and Xia, all marching in formation, perfectly aligned, Zhao Yun said helplessly. Our army should prepare early, because if we fight another battle, it probably won't be so easy. We've been tricked, Guo Jia sighed. They actually marched in formation. Tian Feng is indeed a cunning fellow. He managed to fool the two generals in this way. Does military advisor Guo mean that the previous unit was a defeated army in disguise? Zhao Yun, being quick-witted, immediately understood the meaning behind Guo Jia's words. Yes, they are a defeated army, but the quality of their soldiers is not bad. They did not completely collapse during the retreat. After the retreat, they regrouped. I'm afraid they wanted to pretend to be reinforcements and launch a pincer attack while Zhang He was attacking our army, Guo Jia said confidently. If such a well-organized enemy reinforcement were to appear during the chaotic battle between our army and Zhang He, the morale would probably suffer. Moreover, in that situation, even if we knew it was a disguised reinforcement, it would be of no use, Chen Shiyi chimed in. If the main force had been entangled with Zhang He, and Tian Feng had ordered Yuan Tan to quickly reorganize the army after returning to his post, so that they could have disguised themselves as the 2nd Infantry reinforcements that arrived after Zhang He with a serious and neat military appearance, they might have actually succeeded after being defeated. To be honest, there is no difference in combat effectiveness between those disguised as reinforcements and those disguised as reinforcements, but they will create different psychological pressures for Liu Bei's soldiers. If the troops that return are the same rooted soldiers from before, Liu Bei's army will be able to defeat them once, and they must be able to defeat them a second time. However, if it is a second reinforcement, the psychological pressure is completely different. The appearance of a new army meant that their army had been engaged in battles with 3 armies in quick succession. Moreover, they were exhausted after defeating the first army and encountered the third army while fighting the second. This would inevitably lead to a significant drop in morale. Once the soldiers lost their belief in victory, even if Chen Shiyi and Guo Jie knew that the enemy was a defeated army disguised as reinforcements, they would have no way to defeat them. Guan Yu opened his mouth, but did not voice his question. General Guan probably meant to warn us what to do if they really are reinforcements, so we should prepare for them. Yes, that's certainly a possibility. Order scouts to investigate. Confirmed. Chen Shiyi said to Guan Yu, who nodded slightly, indicating that he indeed meant that. Guo Jie shrugged. He and Chen Shiyi knew that the reinforcements on the other side were fake, but there was a crucial point, the time difference. Zhang He was leading cavalry to attack, while they had defeated Zhang He within a quarter of an hour. You have to understand that saving lives is like putting out a fire, so Zhang He would definitely rush over at top speed. Zhang He led one of the most elite cavalry units in the north, and after 2 hours of frantic marching, the infantry could arrive on the battlefield within 2 hours and a quarter of an hour. In that case, the cavalry was of little value, they were running as fast as humans, and this was with 1 rider and 2 horses. More importantly, both Zhao Yun and Guan Yu stated that the enemy was advancing in formation. Advancing in formation significantly reduces speed. If they could catch up with cavalry under such conditions, then those cavalry would undoubtedly be the slowest in the world. Soon, scouts reported that Yuan Shao's army had retreated northwards, their disciplined formation and unhurried pace. We've been tricked. A cold glint flashed in Guan Yu's eyes. Let's go after them. It's better not to go. The enemy's military formation is so well organized. They are probably already on guard. Zhao Yun was very quick-witted. Aside from being occasionally misled, he usually understood things immediately.
That's it. We'll butcher all the dead cattle. We'll give the soldiers extra food tonight. There's plenty of supplies in Yuan Shao's camp, and they've already been tested for poison. Let the soldiers eat as much as they want tonight. Zilong, you and Zongkang will patrol the camp tonight. We'll probably have to rest in this camp for the night. Chen Xi nodded to Zhao Yun and then gave the instructions. The Hebei army was quite well trained.
Yes, Zhao Yun said, bowing with his hands clasped. After the troops were assembled that evening, and all the officers and soldiers were in place, Chen Shiyi ordered food and drink to be prepared, and they talked while eating. Tell me, what are your thoughts on the Hebei army? Chen Shiyi asked, looking at the group of military officers who had been demoted. They are truly formidable opponents, not like Cao Mend, who was trained quickly. The Hebei army, from officers to soldiers, has been tempered through trials. Even when they were defeated, there was no major collapse. They retreated under the command of officers at all levels. Their combat quality is very high, and there is very little chaos. Guan Yu put down his wine cup and was the first to speak. Yes, the Hebei army, from officers to soldiers, is very brave, Zhao Yun said. They have their own beliefs. Yuan Shao's Ji province is different from the Ji province I was in back then. Chen Shiyi nodded. He had also noticed that when Yang Ouyang returned to his army to prepare for his death, more than half of his soldiers were willing to follow him, which spoke volumes. To be honest, Chen Shiyi estimated that if it weren't for his existence, Yuan Shao, who was as brilliant as if he had cheated, would definitely have unified the world. Yuan Shao had completely controlled the aristocratic families of Ji province by dividing and winning them over. More importantly, Yuan Shao had gradually won the hearts of the people of Ji province by acquiring land. Their officers and generals are also very strong, and they all know when to advance and retreat. Sima Zhu pointed to the wound on his chest. It feels like the other side is somewhat like a bandit, their methods are very similar. Zhu Shao and Yuan Shao have relaxed population control in Ji province. As long as it's not an unforgivable crime, people can be exempted from punishment based on military merit, Chen Shiyi said with a sigh. Zhu Shao is indeed formidable. All the local hooligans have been arrested and sent for labor reform. Wandering knights are recruited into the army and selected for lower ranking positions based on their strength. Mountain bandits and outlaws who are capable and willing to reform are selected for lower ranking positions in the army. Their past offenses will be forgiven, and they will be promoted based on their military merits. Chen Shiyi said with a smile. Ever since the term labor reform appeared, knowledgeable people from all sides have advised their lord to kill less and reform more. I knew that guy's way of using a knife was just like a bandit. Zhou Kang said angrily. He had been tricked by a guy named Peng An and had a big cut on his leg. As soon as Zhou Kang said this, a cacophony of curses erupted from below. Yuan Shao's army had many bandits and brigands, just as Liu Bei's army had many yellow turban rebels. This was simply a local characteristic. All right, everyone calm down. Eat and drink well. Tomorrow we'll be moving to Linyi, and we'll be stationed there for a long time. Chen Shiyi gestured to quiet the room. He didn't want these guys to keep causing trouble. He figured he'd better handle the research on Yuan Shao's army himself. Chapter 641 The Strength of Yuan Shao and Liu Bei. Winning a battle and then having a big feast, indulging in wine and meat to one's heart's content, is a joyous occasion for all the soldiers, signifying that they are still alive. However, after every great victory, the commander must be extremely cautious. If he wins first and then loses, it will be a complete tragedy. There are many examples of commanders who win at the beginning but are later defeated or even lose their lives due to carelessness. Therefore, after a great victory, one must be even more careful to maintain the victory. After the officers and soldiers left, only Chen Shiyi, Guo Jie, and a few other senior generals remained in the main tent. There were some things that needed to be discussed with them. As for Su Chu, he had already gone ahead to patrol the camp, and Zhao Yun would be in charge of patrolling the camp in the second half of the night. Only after such a great victory would senior generals need to be so cautious. Bringing this up again, Yuan Shao's army doesn't seem weaker than ours. The fighting spirit of both sides is basically the same. Chen Shiyi sighed and said, our soldiers were recruited through a combination of kindness and severity, especially the Qingzhou soldiers. Apart from their poor discipline, they are top-notch in other aspects. We've been focusing on military discipline, but after all, they're from the Yellow Turbans, and it's hard to shake off 10 years of bad habits in a short time. However, that's not a big problem. The biggest advantage of the Qingzhou soldiers is that we've given them everything they want, and they are willing to pay with their lives for it, Kuoji said, waving his hand. Kuoji didn't place much importance on military discipline. After all, the killing, burning, and looting of the Qingzhou soldiers had been largely eliminated. All that remained was the handing over of captured supplies. For Guochia, as long as they could win, whether or not they handed over the supplies was not that important. Winning was far more important than capturing those supplies. Furthermore, the Qingzhou soldiers developed this habit of stuffing whatever they could find into their pockets after a battle because they were terrified of poverty in the past, otherwise, they wouldn't have acted this way at all. All right. Military discipline is overturned. As long as they don't kill, burn, or loot civilians, we'll pretend we didn't see those details. After all, the Qingzhou soldiers have the strongest fighting spirit. Chen Shiyi waved his hand. He was too lazy to argue. After 10 years as a Yellow Turban, he was terrified of poverty. It was a habit to carry anything useful with him. As long as they could win, that was all that mattered. The soldiers from Sus who lack fighting spirit, they are clearly cowardly before the battle even begins, Zhao Yun sighed. There's nothing we can do about it. The 3 generations of leaders of the Yellow Turbans in both regions swore blood oaths to separate the Yellow Turbans from the bandit group. They all know to cherish this opportunity. Moreover, we have also given them fertile land and built houses for them, so these people will fight to the death, Chen Shiyi said helplessly. This was the biggest advantage of his original plan. As for the soldiers of Sushu, they have not fought in their homeland for many years and there is still a lot they need to be trained, Kuoju said with a sneer. They have never suffered hardship or experienced war, so no matter how much training they receive, they will remain the same. Yuan Shao's cavalry is too many, Guang Yu said slowly. That is true. Our army is located in the Central Plains and has no source of cavalry. Even with Jia when he has horse administration, it is actually a means to deal with the later campaign against the Hu. As for horses, our army really has no way to get them, Chen Shiyi said helplessly. Jia when his horse administration is now in operation, actually for the purpose of pacifying Jianping provinces. Its implementation was unstoppable at first, and also served to deal with the northern nomadic tribes. Now it's completely worthless, Kuoji sighed. In short, Yuan Shao has already restricted horse transport. This is also a problem, Zhao Yun said, frowning. How about our Naval Air Force transporting horses to Liaodong? This supply line is now ruined. I don't know what Yuan Shao fed Gongsun do, but now it's very difficult for us to get good horses from him. Chen Shiyi waved his hand. He was stationed in Yanzhou and knew all about these things. Basically, in my opinion, our army has no advantage in terms of troop strength compared to the Hebei army. Our army has some advantage in manpower, but we are at a disadvantage when the cavalry attacks us. As for the large number of bows and crossbows, Zishuan, how many have you stockpiled over the years? Kuoji said helplessly. Previously, Kuoji had been fighting endlessly with Ji province in Lycan, so he already had a good understanding of the Ji province troops. Now that a large-scale clash had occurred, Guo Jia had an even better understanding of the Ji province army. I have a stockpile of crossbows, powerful crossbows, and bows and arrows. Although I only started stockpiling them a couple of years ago, I've prepared nearly 40 万 quivers, Chen Shiyi said calmly. Chen Shiyi hasn't been idle all these years. He has been carrying out work relief every year. It doesn't necessarily have to be about building infrastructure. Making things like gun shafts, arrow shafts, sword handles, and padding for the inside of large shields is also possible. With the goal of becoming the strongest in the world and facing all the feudal lords head on, Mount Tai has been accumulating strength all along.
All right, you can rest assured about the weapons. We have more than enough well-preserved armor, shields, swords, and spears. We've been stockpiling hundreds of thousands of garrison troops for so many years. You can be sure about our weapons. We will definitely have the advantage, Chen Xi said with a smile. You only need to focus on the war aspect.
There's nothing to say about that. If we don't play dirty tricks, we're about equal to the North, each with our own strengths and weaknesses. The North's biggest advantage, the combination of local aristocratic families with both literary and martial skills, has already been taken out by us, Guo Jia said confidently. Yes, in terms of civil affairs, we have hundreds of thousands of scholars we have cultivated ourselves, and promoting thousands of low-level officials is no problem for us. In terms of military affairs, we have millions of yellow turbans who are grateful to us. No matter whether it is civil or military affairs, we have certain advantages. Chen Shiyi nodded and said, this has been accumulated little by little. It is said that what Chen Shiyi and Liu Bei did before was to cast a wide net, which directly created hundreds of thousands of scholars. These people did not study for a long time, but some of them were quite clever and amazing. Although their learning was not comprehensive, they were definitely qualified to be minor officials. Although the elite education of aristocratic families is terrifying, with their long-standing family traditions and the potential to produce geniuses, Liu Bei and Chen Shiyi could not withstand the sheer number of people they educated at once. With hundreds of thousands of people educated, over 1,000 could be considered capable within 3 to 5 years. Given the ratio of officials to civilians of 1 to 7,000 英寸this era, the number of capable people produced in 3 to 5 years would be enough to manage 1 million people. The rest could be thrown into various industries. This was the key to the prosperity of Mount Tai. Moreover, most of these people were grateful to Liu Bei. Putting aside everything else, they were much more reliable than the scions of aristocratic families. But it's still not easy to fight, Zhao Yun sighed. He had served as a civil official in Mount Tai for a long time and had a clear understanding of the strength of Yuan Shao's forces. The population alone numbered in the tens of millions, and the economy was prosperous. There had been few natural disasters in his territory in recent years. I've never thought it would be easy to win, but it doesn't matter. As long as there are no major changes, we will win. A mocking smile appeared on Guo Jia's face as he looked back at Ji province, where the hidden dangers he had planted had already taken root and sprouted. Chapter 642 Chen Gong's Wisdom. Yes, we will win, Chen Shiyi said with a smile, then turned to look at Guo Jia, a cold look appearing on his face. combining the plan Guo Jue had given him last time, and the fact that Yuan Shao of Ji province had completely subdued the powerful families of Ji province, Chen Shiyi knew that Guo Jue's plan had also succeeded. Zishuan, I will write the next military intelligence report. Inform the Lord of what has happened here as soon as possible. The faster we annex Yanzhou, the greater our advantage will be. However, it is inevitable that Yuan Shao will take a part of it. After all, Jishu is completely adjacent to Yanzhou, and we can only transfer troops from Mount Tai. Guo Jue and Chen Shiyi smiled at each other, and then Guo Jue spoke. We need to build up some momentum beforehand, but I hope what I want to say will come out of their mouths. Chen Shiyi nodded. Believe me, Chen Gongta won't give up this protective talisman, Guo Jue said confidently. Chen Shiyi rolled her eyes. Chen Gong was, by all accounts, a top-tier strategist. Even though he was rather dull most of the time, in terms of ability, he could be considered an all-around strategist. Let's see what we can get, Chen Shiyi sighed. We can probably only get goodwill or future benefits. It's unlikely now, Guo Jue sighed. They're too poor. Apart from their civil and military officials, who are of good quality, the rest are really just average. But this is something we really have to do, Chen Shiyi said with a helpless expression. Only national righteousness can wash away other colors, and only national righteousness can protect them in such a place. That's true, Guo Jue nodded and said. So all we have to do is wait for Chen Gongta to come over himself. The next day at Chengxi, 7-9 a.m., Chen Gong personally came to Chen 11's place for a meeting, because there were some things that needed to be said. Greetings, Lord Chen. Military Advisor Guo. Chen Gong bowed gently and said, First of all, congratulations on your defeat of Yuan Shao's southward advance from the north. Gongta, please sit down. Although this is our first meeting, since we both share the surname Chen, we must have been from the same family 500 years ago. Let's skip the formalities and talk about business, it will benefit both of us, Chen Shiyi said with a smile, ordering someone to serve tea to Chen Gong. To be honest, this was the first time Chen Shiyi had seen Chen Gong. He was dressed in a blue robe, thin, with slightly dark skin, and his eyes weren't as striking as Guo Jue's. If it weren't for the blue robe, he would have looked like an ordinary farmer. I am honored by your high regard, Lord Chen. Perhaps we were indeed from the same family 500 years ago, Chen Gong said with a smile. Since you were able to launch a strong attack on Tianfeng's stronghold yesterday, you probably already know why I have come here today. Yes, I was almost killed by Marquis Wen yesterday, Chen Shiyi said with a displeased expression. Then I'd like to apologize for what happened yesterday, and I'm willing to offer you all Yanzhou as compensation. How about that? Chen Gong immediately changed the subject when Chen Shiyi brought up yesterday's events, returning the topic to Yanzhou. All right, stop with the pretense. Chen Shiyi waved his hand. Chen Gong, that bastard, was certainly intelligent enough. It was a pity he was putting on airs like a scholar, so indecisive. Chen Shiyi didn't believe Chen Gong didn't understand the current situation. What was the point of saying so much nonsense? It was a waste of time and energy. Chen Gong was somewhat embarrassed. He noticed that Chen Shiyi seemed reluctant to continue the conversation, so he took a deep breath and got straight to the point. Lord Chen, my friend Lu Buledin plans to withdraw from Yanzhou and return north to Bingzhou to reclaim the 5 counties of Bingzhou for the Han Dynasty, restore the Hintao region, and defeat the Hu people. I wonder how Lord Chen intends to deal with the Yanzhou region. Chen Shiyi and Guo Jie exchanged a glance, then Chen Shiyi turned to Guo Jie, sighed, and said, reclaiming the 5 counties of Bingzhou is a matter of righteousness, there's nothing more to say. Just state your demands directly, or we'll wait until the deadline. Righteousness, supplies, and the rear. Chen Gong said succinctly. No problem, none of that is a problem. I can give you the righteous cause, and we've already accepted the supplies. You can also write a letter to Yuan Benchu, and he will give you the supplies under the guise of righteousness. The rear is Yuan Benchu's business, but he won't stop you. With your wisdom, the rest is not a problem, Chen Shiyi nodded and said. How long will it take to finish? Chen Gong asked. Within 15 days, the supplies and the goodwill will definitely satisfy you, provided that you open up the 2 places of Jiabei and Dongping. To be honest, I'm just being cautious, Chen Shiyi said calmly. No problem. Chen Gong remained calm, without even frowning. Leaving Yanzhou, this troublesome place, as soon as possible would be the best course of action for Chen Gong. As for going to the Hintao region to fight the Hu people, while not a sure thing, Chen Gong has at least a 30% chance of winning, a 50% chance of establishing himself, and a 20% chance of defeat.
In the Central Plains, Chen Gong said he was 50% sure he would survive, and 50% sure it would be game over. This place was not a place for a normal person to stay.
I will give you the information we have collected about the Hintao region, including the strength comparisons between the Qiang, Hu, Xianbei, Han, and Xiangnu, as well as the strength comparisons between various tribes, and some conflicts between various tribes. However, you must ensure that you destroy it after you have read it, Chen Shiyi said solemnly. Chen Gong frowned, somewhat puzzled. He pondered for a moment but couldn't figure out the oddity. However, he sensed some deeper meaning in it, so he activated his positive mental talent. After a long while, Chen Gong picked up his teacup, his wrist trembling slightly. The Zhen family was Liu Bei's pawn. Liu Bei's side had basically ended Yuan Shao's plans in the north and entered into the plan to unify the Central Plains. No wonder I always felt something was off, now I see. I was so arrogant, thinking myself all-knowing, that I hadn't even realized Liu Bei's strength was enough to conquer any other warlord. All he was doing was try to minimize the losses to the Han dynasty and preserve its vitality. Chen Gong's hands trembled uncontrollably. At this moment, he suddenly realized that with Liu Bei of Ji province, he was already capable of single-handedly conquering the world. After Chen Gong activated his positive mental talent, he instantly understood the meaning behind Chen 11's previous words. What did it mean that Liu Bei was able to conduct such a detailed investigation into the Hu people? It meant that Liu Bei was going to deal with the northern Hu people. There's a very obvious problem here. If Liu Bei could think of dealing with the northern barbarians, what about Yuan Shao in between? He had to defeat Yuan Shao before he could deal with the northern barbarians. There are only two possibilities for why Liu Bei can conduct this kind of research. One is that Liu Bei is bound to win, and defeating the Hu people is inevitable. The other is that Lu Xun still has spare strength after investigating Yuan Shao, which implies that Liu Bei's strength far exceeds that of Yuan Shao. Chen Gong had some understanding of Chen Zishuan, Jia Wen, and this group of people. None of them were boastful or empty talkers. Therefore, there was only one possibility: Liu Bei genuinely had the confidence to defeat Yuan Shao. Having reached this conclusion, and working backward, after reviewing all the key points, the only one who could deliver a fatal blow to Yuan Shao is the Zhen family. Although it seems highly unlikely, it is actually the most reasonable scenario. Upon reaching this conclusion, Chen Gong's hand holding the teacup trembled. Everyone in the world had been manipulated by Chen Shiyi. This was no longer a matter of taking one step and thinking 3 steps ahead, but rather taking one step and seeing the ending directly. Chapter 643. Heaven is the chessboard, and all living beings are the pieces. Chen Gong's hands trembled uncontrollably. After discovering that everything had already been dug up in Mount Tai, Chen Gong could no longer suppress the trembling in his heart. It turned out that everyone in the world had been played. This world had an owner, but the owner had only taken a step back in order to build a better world. Following this line of reasoning, Li Yu must be Li Ru. If nothing unexpected happens, Yang Liang and Wang Zhong have probably already figured out how to handle it, and the north has already been secured. It turns out that the so-called struggle among heroes was nothing more than a farce in the eyes of Mount Tai. No wonder Mount Tai's opera is famous. The world is nothing more than this in their eyes. Chen Gong felt a chill run through his body. After carefully analyzing everything that had happened in Taishan from the beginning to the present, he couldn't help but sigh. It turned out that the other party had prepared everything. It's likely that the area Yu province occupied back then has left behind too many contingency plans, probably intended to restrain the Yuan family. After all, Yuan Shu was too weak, so weak that the feast at Hongmen was enough for Yuan Shao to conquer the south from the north. No wonder Yuan Shu was able to maintain control of 2.5 provinces. Chen Gong's thoughts became increasingly detailed, piecing together many previously unnoticed details. The more he pondered, the more awestruck he became. The saying "the greatest sound is silent, the greatest form is formless" was indeed true. Everyone thought Liu Bei was preparing for the northern expedition and was not provoking Yuan Shao, but the truth was that Yuan Shao was fattened up by Liu Bei, so fat that ordinary people could not devour him. Only Liu Bei could cook him with a giant cauldron. Lu Yao and Lu Baiao were both fed in this way.
Chen Gong carefully recalled the past few years and finally discovered a very important situation. Among the Lu family princes in the land, only Liu Bei was still thriving. The others were either dead or no longer able to carry the banner of the Han dynasty. Only Liu Bei could be considered the legitimate heir of the Han dynasty.
Think back to 5 or 6 years ago at Hulao Pass. Liu Bei was valued because there were 4 major governors of the empire who were princes with the surname Lu. The Han dynasty was not yet in decline. Liu Bei was of Han blood, and he came in person. The princes turned a blind eye and accepted it. At that time, the flag bearers of the Han dynasty were Lu Yu, Lu Yao, Lu Baiao, and Lu Yan. Now look at the present. Lu Yu, the most prestigious figure in the land, has been defeated and killed, but was rescued by Liu Bei and has been escorted to Chang'an by Kong Rong, a renowned scholar. Liu Bei has thus gained all the prestige. Liu Yan, the first to propose the title of governor, had already died of old age. His son, Liu Zhang, occupied Sichuan but could not even take over the small city of Hangzhong. The good ministers of Sichuan could only wait for a wise ruler. Another one was finished. Liu Biao, alone on horseback, descended upon Jingzhou. This once heroic figure, though having indulged in a life of debauchery and lost Jingbei, regained his status as a wise ruler after his defeat at Xiangyang. Unfortunately, despite his exceptional abilities, he was helplessly suppressed by Yuan Shu. His weakness wasn't a lack of brilliant generals, but rather a fundamental deficiency. He only had 70 万 people under his rule. Adding to his woes was a roughly equal number of Wuxi barbarians dragging him down, and across the Yangtze River, he had to contend with Yuan Shu, whose population had been fattened to 10 million by Liu Bei. Tisk tisk tisk, it's a testament to Yuan Shu's lack of wisdom that he managed to hold out. As for Liu Yao, needless to say, this unfortunate fellow's forces had already become part of Yuan Shu's nearly 10 million strong army. With such a horizontal comparison, it would be strange if Chen Gong couldn't see the problem. Liu Bei might not have realized it, but his subordinates definitely let Yuan Shu deal with these vassal kings, and the method was absolutely subtle and insidious. If you didn't understand the whole situation, you would never have seen that this was a trap dug by Liu Bei's side. That's ruthless. Whether it was an accident or not, Liu Bei's men shouldn't have been there. During Liu Biao's time, Liu Yan happened to get all of Liu Jingsheng's civil and military officials drunk that very day. It was because of that incident that Liu Yao became enemies with Yuan Gonglu. How wonderful! Heaven is the chessboard, and all living beings are the pieces. Chen Gong became increasingly alarmed as he thought about it. From this overall perspective, the current state of affairs was deliberately created by Liu Bei's side. Excellent! This is the demeanor of a true hegemon. On second thought, Liu Bei's actions were indeed for the benefit of the people. Therefore, Liu Ziang's so-called loyalty to the emperor. A flash of insight struck Chen Gong. Shen Sheng died within the palace, while Chang'er lived peacefully without. This meant the feudal lords were being used as pawns. From now on, only Liu Bei could carry the banner of the Han dynasty. The outcome was predictable. Although those who came to the aid of the emperor would have many benefits, conflicts were inevitable. Cao Meng was a suspicious and strong-willed man, and his majesty had been coerced many times in his childhood. Chen Gong instantly guessed everything. Liu Xie had been coerced for many years, so seeing Cao's respectful attitude towards him, the first thing he would do after stabilizing the situation by bestowing titles upon Cao would inevitably be to reclaim military power. This was completely at odds with Cao's goal of conquering the world, so the outcome was obvious. Even if you beat Chen Gong to death, he would never believe that Liu Xie could successfully seize power. To be honest, anyone in Cao's position would find it difficult to relinquish military power under the strong demands of the imperial authority and his ministers. After all, it was not only a matter of his own fate, but also the fate of his entire lineage. This is not actually reconcilable. As long as the emperor slows down and the ministers are loyal, the power can be gradually regained. Chen Gong was not very sure about Cao's loyalty, but he knew one thing: Cao was not completely corrupt at the moment. The fact that he issued a proclamation admitting his mistakes was enough to explain a lot. Unfortunately, Chen Gong knew one thing: having experienced so many times the young emperor Lu Xie's inability to control his own destiny, would he trust, or dare to trust, Cao? Certainly not. Perhaps at the beginning, when Lu Xie was in immense pain, a bowl of meat porridge from Cao would have been enough to win Lu Xie's approval. The question is, what happens next? What happens when food and clothing are no longer secure? Chen Gong has already witnessed Lu Xie's cold-hearted nature once. Thus, the outcome is already predetermined. All the glory of the Han dynasty will inevitably fall on Liu Bei's head. This is already destined. Cao will also strip Lu Xie of all his glory, leaving him only with his life as a puppet. Amazing. Truly amazing. Everything was predetermined, everything was manipulated. Perhaps Liu Bei's oath on the altar was true after all. A perfect life, no need to kill meritorious officials if he didn't become emperor, perfect, everything was so perfect. I'm afraid no monarch throughout history could surpass this minister who wasn't a monarch. Chen Gong finally understood. Even if he became emperor, what difference would it make? Throughout history, there has never been a shortage of emperors. Even if you achieve the ultimate, you can only follow in the footsteps of Qin Shi Huang. Being number one means that the other party is unsurpassable. Since that's the case, why not make the ministers reach the pinnacle, so that they completely overshadow the emperors of all dynasties? Not to be an emperor, but to be someone that emperors look up to reach the pinnacle. Chen Shiyi couldn't hear what Chen Gong was thinking, but if he did, he would probably be terrified and would do anything to keep Chen Gong. After all, this was a grand plan for the world. Although it wasn't exactly the same, the differences were already minimal. The world really was a chessboard. Chapter 644 Chen Gong's Choice. Chen Shiyi and Guo Jia both noticed Chen Gong's hand trembling and frowned slightly. Neither of them paid attention to what Chen Shiyi had said earlier. After all, they had both overlooked some things. Sometimes, habit is a terrible force. Even though Guo Jia was incredibly intelligent, he was still blinded by habit. It is said that, apart from top sages who do not have this habit, the only one who would notice the slip of the tongue at this time is probably Jiasu. Only Jiasu is never blinded by habit. His mental talent is so logically meticulous that it is difficult for him to have any loopholes. However, if Jiasu were here this time, given his ruthlessness, he would probably force Chen Gong to stay rather than allow any potential trouble. After all, that plan, which used the heavens as a chessboard and all living beings as pieces, was a monumental scheme that they had painstakingly devised. They absolutely could not allow any mistakes, especially since they were about to overturn the table this year. How could they change it again?
It's important to understand that this plan can be described as a super strategy where Cheng Xi proposed a framework, and everyone filled in the gaps and made up for it. It's on a completely different level from the petty squabbles of Sun Yu, Zhou Yu, and Tian Feng.
It's important to understand that both Sun Yu's plundering and Zhou Yu's borrowing of resources to generate wealth had considerable hidden dangers. Tian Feng's steady and methodical approach, built upon Yuan Shao's strong foundation, was indeed solid, but it was too slow. Compared to the grand plan initiated by Chen Shiyi and his group, it was simply not on the same level. The weakest among this group were all ruthless strategists of statecraft. The entire grand plan initially consisted of Chen 11 switching the dragon for the phoenix, later Jiasu added using a borrowed knife to kill, then Li Yu added using a chicken to lay an egg, and Guo Jia further complicated matters by removing the ladder after the first step. Fa Zheng's masterful use of feigned indifference completely won over everyone's respect for his wisdom, which is why Fa Zheng, at only 19, was able to assume the position of head. Then Lu Ya and Lu Su continued to revise and repair it, erasing all traces of Mount Tai from the overall picture of the world's events, making everything seem perfectly reasonable. It can be said that these people put in a lot of effort at each stage. In fact, if Chen Shiyi hadn't proposed the idea of occupying and governing a place, Mount Tai, which had already made preparations for war, would probably have started an epic war with Yuan Shao. If we were to discuss who among all the warlords in the land had the most far-sighted plans, there would undoubtedly be Liu Bei. He always talked about long-term plans, and never worried that his long-term plans would be impossible to implement. Defeating Yuan Shao and pacifying the world is not just confidence, nor is it just empty talk, it's a matter of absolute certainty of victory. Don't give me any excuses about unforeseen events in war. I'll just say it once and for all, Yuan Shao is doomed to lose. All of Yuan Shao's foundations, the prosperous Ji province and the balanced relationships with powerful clans, were illusory. The prosperity of Ji province was a carefully orchestrated scheme by Chen Shiyi. The control over the powerful clans was a deliberate act of betrayal by Guo Jia. Without these two assets, what did Yuan Shao have left? However, to be fair, among all the warlords in the land, only Yuan Shao was plotted against twice. The others, including Cao, were merely set up in one trap. This clearly demonstrates Yuan Shao's strength. Of course, Chen Shiyi also knew that to initiate these two moves, he had to demonstrate sufficient strength, otherwise, even if Zhang Shi and Liu Bei were inseparable, it would be meaningless. Aristocratic families are willing to sacrifice anyone, including the patriarch, for the sake of the family. This is especially true of the matriarch, which is why Chen Shiyi didn't want to live in the Chen family compound. He didn't want to be swayed by the family's will. The pieces in the north were placed by Chen Shiyi and Guo Jia, and naturally they were confident they could activate them. It would be a tragedy if the player were countered by the pieces, which is why they had also devised other methods. Although none of these were explicitly stated, those on Liu Bei's side were prepared. Gongta, why are your hands shaking? Chen Shiyi asked curiously. I feel a tremor because my friend Feng Xian was able to return to Bingzhou in the north, and because the Han dynasty was able to retake the Hintao region, Chen Gong said calmly. Then I wish Gongta a resounding victory. Perhaps one day we will serve as ministers together in the same court, Chen Shiyi said with a smile. I also look forward to that day coming soon, Chen Gong said with a smile. Now that the important matters have been discussed and Yuan Shao's army has retreated, and our army has no further enmity with your army, I might as well talk about some romance and nature to comfort myself. Ha ha ha, Gongta, you're in high spirits. Chen Shiyi laughed. Now that we've laid it all out, there's not much of a conflict between our two armies in essence. Besides, Marquis Wen is willing to launch a northern expedition against the Hu people and reclaim the Hintao region. It's only right and wrong that we shouldn't be hostile to each other. I'll order some food and wine to be served, and we can eat and chat at the same time. After sensing the defection message released by Chen Gong, Chen Shiyi instantly understood its meaning, and Guo Jia was clearly delighted as well. The banquet was lively and enjoyable. After Chen Gong had figured out the general trend of the world, he no longer had any intention of waiting for a better price. He flattered everyone and the guests were all happy. Lord Chen, it's a pity I need to go to Bingzhou, otherwise I would definitely go to Mount Tai to see it. I have been stationed in Yanzhou for several years. Since Lord Sun took over Mount Tai, I have often heard that Mount Tai changes 3 times a month. It's a pity that I have never had the chance to see it. What a pity! Chen Gong said with a sigh. That's easy. It would be good for you to come with me to Mount Tai for a visit, Chen Shiyi said with a smile. The splendor of Mount Tai will surely surprise you. I believe you, but unfortunately, Feng Xian cannot do without me. Chen Gong shook his head and said, after my friend Feng Xian finishes his work in Biping and Hintao, I think I will be able to get what I want. At that time, I hope you will remember today's banquet, Lord Chen. What nonsense are you spouting, Gongta? Chen Shiyi said with a stern face, his words clearly carrying a hint of bad luck. Come, come, raise your wine cups. Let this cup be a toast to Marquis Wen, wishing him success in pacifying the Hintao region and expanding the territory of our great Han dynasty. After the 3 of them drank to their heart's content, Guo Jia and Chen Shiyi no longer had any doubts about Chen Gong. It was good news that he genuinely wanted to join Liu Bei's side. As for Liu Buledin, returning to Bingzhou in the north was indeed a good choice. The greater good of the nation could wash away any impurities on his person and was enough to cover up any other discordant traits. Before leaving, Chen Shiyi and Guo Jia saw Chen Gong off at the main camp. After bowing to Chen Gong, they said, Gongta, remember to tell us if you need anything. Mount Tai can basically meet your needs. When you get to the north, you should also think carefully about your future path with Marquis Wen and the others.
Don't worry, Lord Chen. I will give you a satisfactory answer before Feng Xian and I leave, Chen Gong said to Chen Qi, standing beside the carriage.
No, you have plenty of time. Think it over carefully, Chen Shiyi said with a smile. Don't rush. Chen Gong smiled but didn't respond. After a long while, he said, I'm leaving. I'm grateful for Marquis Chen's care. I think it won't be long before we serve as ministers in the same court. How come this guy is more confident than us? Chen Shiyi muttered after Chen Gong left. I find it quite strange too, Guo Jia said, taking a swig of wine. Chapter 645 Looking South from North. Whether Chen Shiyi and Guo Jia find it strange or not, for them now, a major task has been accomplished. If nothing unexpected happens, after annexing Yuan Shao in the north, Chen Gong, Liu Buledin, and others will join Liu Bei's forces, and their already formidable strength will increase even further. Having resolved one problem, as mentioned before, national righteousness is enough to wash away all the impurities on one's body, Chen Zilang said with a smile. As long as Lu Buletin can take over the Hintar region in the north when the warlords in the central plains are fighting each other, all his previous mistakes will be covered up. This kind of thing can be described as one good deed covering up 100 bad ones, or it can be said to be a human habit. A person who has always been looked down upon suddenly does something amazing and receives far more praise than someone who has always been praised for doing the same thing. How can this effect be described? A prodigal son who returns is more precious than gold. In short, the matter of Lu Buletin can be said to be over. Whether he was a trader who served 3 masters or a patricide, it is no longer important. National righteousness is enough to wash away all impurities. This is Chen 11's absolute confidence, and it is also a fact verified by history. Righteousness may just be a slogan, but the world will judge for itself. This is like Ren Min, who had many flaws, but in a life full of mistakes, he did one thing right, and that one thing, set against the backdrop of national sentiment, was enough to wash away all his faults. No matter how much you criticize him, you can't escape the overwhelming halo that surrounds Ren Min from head to toe. And that's what righteousness is. He took the blame for everything, whether it was his own or not, so what? That one halo was enough to turn a bad reputation into a good one. So, righteousness can be lost, it can be defeated. But history will judge, and the world isn't blind. After it's done, even if Yide is involved, there won't be too much of a problem. He may be unhappy, but Yide understands the bigger picture. He's just foul-mouthed, Kuoja said helplessly. So it's best to never see each other again. If he wants to wage war, let him fight to the north or west, let the ends of the earth witness his exploits, Chen Shi said nonchalantly. The world is so big, what place can't accommodate 2 warmongers? By the way, Gongta said that Welishuo has run away. Shouldn't Welishuo handle this matter? Kuoja asked, turning his head. Given the greater good of the nation, this is easy to handle. Welishuo won't miss this opportunity, we just need to find them. The rest is about building momentum. As for whether it will cause trouble for Chen Gongta, that's not our concern, Chen Shi said nonchalantly. He had figured out Chen Gong's true nature, although he seemed a bit dim-witted, he was actually quite capable. Chen Shi and Guojia were unaware of the profound impact Lu Yan's large-scale propaganda campaign would have on the Han dynasty. Since Emperor Ling's ascension to the throne, Tan Shiwei had risen to power, followed by the Yellow Turban Rebellion. In reality, the Han dynasty had already abandoned northern Bingzhou. To be honest, this is the first time since Emperor Wu of Han that the Han dynasty has relinquished its existing territory. From Emperor Wu onwards, the Han dynasty's territory had consistently expanded, even after the Eastern Han dynasty saw a number of incompetent emperors who were controlled by their maternal relatives. Even during the reign of Emperor Huan, the Han dynasty's territory continued to grow. The Hintao Plain in northern Bingzhou was lost and was never recovered, even during Cao's reign. It was not regained during the entire Three Kingdoms period. It can be said that after Emperor Ling abandoned that area, it was not until the Sui dynasty that it was truly not occupied by the Hu people. Although every time the North gained strength, it wanted to nationalize that area, since it was a good place to farm, it couldn't stop the fact that the land was occupied by the Xiongnu, then the Xianbei, then the Turks, who just wouldn't leave. Furthermore, that place was actually a strategic location. When Lu Yan spread the word that Lu Buletin was going to return north to Bingzhou, conquer that place, and bring it under state control, all the famous scholars in the land expressed their support. In the eyes of these people, the chaos in the Central Plains was a matter for their own brothers, while the occupation of the north by the barbarians was a matter of national hatred. To ignore national hatred and start a civil war was intolerable to all the scholars.
This is why, even when the population of the Three Kingdoms period was less than 10 million, it was difficult for any of the Three Kingdoms to lose when it came to fighting foreign enemies. This is because it was during the fight against foreign enemies that the Three Kingdoms truly united as one. Although the Han dynasty was destroyed, the martial spirit etched into their bones by 400 years of history has never dissipated. Who would not want to inherit the title of the mighty Han?
To put it bluntly, this is the domineering mentality of I can beat my brother to death, and if you beat me, I won't be happy, I'll beat you to death. Under this mindset, Chen Gong, who originally had no hope of winning over civil and military officials to return to Bingzhou, gained the support of many people. Even top figures no less capable than him were willing to go to Bingzhou together to reclaim those lost territories. Sometimes things are really simple, but they lack a leader. Only when the winds of change converge can true heroes be born. Chen Shiyi and Guo Jue are unaware of these matters. They are still silently considering how to support Lu Buletin's return to the north and how to develop Yanzhou. They don't have much time left. The battle with Yuan Shao has already sparked conflict in repeated clashes, and this dam will explode sooner or later. In Yangzhou, Shao Cheng, Zhou Yu was released for the first time after being confined for several months. He was greeted by Yuan Shu and Sun Siyi, but seeing their gloomy expressions, Zhou Yu knew what had happened and that Yuan Yao was probably doomed. Come with me, Yao wants to see you and Bofu. Yuan Shu said with a gloomy and slightly ferocious expression. He only had this one son, and now this son was lying on the bed, slowly sliding into the abyss of death. Zhou Yu remained silent, following behind Yuan Shu, who turned and left. He had already noticed Sun Siyi's gloomy expression and couldn't help but sigh. What kind of time was this to be acting like a child, blaming himself endlessly? This matter was not Sun Siyi's fault at all. Sun Siyi had only shown kindness, but Yuan Yao was simply unlucky enough not to enjoy it. Let's see how things go. If things turn out badly, then let's escape with Bofu. I've already planted countless pawns in Jiangdong, but Bofu's integrity is hard to accept. Zhou Yu sighed inwardly. He had been confined for so long, even missing the best opportunity to attack Cao last time, also that Sun Siyi could understand his intentions. But now it was clear that Sun Siyi was getting deeper and deeper into trouble. While cursing Sun Siyi inwardly for being so stupid and blaming himself for something that wasn't his fault, Zhou Yu also sighed repeatedly. Wasn't he following Sun Siyi precisely because of Sun Siyi's loyalty? Otherwise, with his wisdom, he could have had a good outcome with anyone. Why bother to work so hard to build Sun Xi's great empire? Chapter 646 The Final Test. Yuan Shu brought Sun Xi and Zhou Yu to his inner courtyard. In the past, Sun Xi often came here to play, but ever since Yuan Yao was seriously injured, Yuan Shu always felt angry when he saw Sun Xi. Although he knew he shouldn't blame Sun Xi, he still felt angry every time he saw him, so he confined Sun Xi to the Sun residence. As for Zhou Yu being confined, it was because of the task Chen Shiyi entrusted to Zhao Liang. A series of rumors made Yuan Shu extremely wary of Zhou Yu, and along with Sun Xi's confidants such as Zhou Tai, Zhang Qin, Ling Xiao, Gu Yong, and Liao Li, they were also sidelined. Father. Yuan Yao vaguely saw Yuan Shu's arrival, and barely opened his eyes to see Sun Xi and Zhou Yu standing behind Yuan Shu. Brother Bafu, don't be sad. Life and death are predestined, and wealth and honor are determined by fate. I, Yuan Yao, have a father and an elder brother, and I'm about to leave this world. I've been weak my whole life, and being able to ride a horse and gallop freely is already my good fortune. Yuan Yao smiled when he saw Sun Xi and comforted him. Brother Yao, stop talking. Sun Xi said with sore eyes. He had a feeling that Yuan Yao's life was slipping away and would soon disappear. Brother Bafu, don't worry about it. I know my body. Yuan Yao said calmly. He had been in a daze for a year, and when he suddenly woke up, he knew that he was about to die. Today might be his death day. Yuan Shu suddenly felt a tightness in his heart, and tears streamed down his face. He reached out and gently stroked Yuan Yao, his wrist trembling uncontrollably. Father, don't cry, your son is unfilial. The usually calm Yuan Yao could no longer hold back his tears when he saw Yuan Shu's tearful eyes. He barely managed to raise his hand to wipe away Yuan Shu's tears, but they fell back down. Yao, you will get better. There must be someone in the world who can cure you. I will go and beg Lu Bei. Hua Yuanhua will definitely be able to save you, Yuan Shu said in a hoarse voice. He had thought this many times, but he had always been too proud to admit it, believing that there were doctors in Yuzhou who could cure him. But today, Yuan Shu suddenly realized that time was of the essence, and his pride was not as important as his son. Father, no need. I know my own situation. Yuan Yao said with his eyes closed. You have never bowed to anyone in your life. There is no need for you to do this for me. You can lose, you can die, but never bow to anyone. Yuan Shu's face was filled with bitterness. He had failed countless times, but he had never bowed his head to anyone. Call it arrogance, call it suicidal, he had never bowed his head to anyone. He could lose, he could fail, but call Yuan Shu a fool, call him a man of honor, he simply stubbornly walked down a path to his death. Brother Bafu, I know you're loyal. Can you promise me something? Yuan Yao said with his eyes closed. He was so tired that he could barely keep his eyes open. Brother Yao, stop talking. Sun Xi reached out and grabbed Yuan Yao's hand, continuously pouring the internal energy he had painstakingly cultivated into Yuan Yao's hand. No need, Brother Bafu. I can't go on. Please allow me to say something unfilial, but my father is very stubborn and loyal. Once he sets his mind on a path, he will definitely follow it. I have always felt that it is a blessing for my father to have the 3 provinces under heaven, but thinking about it carefully, it is also what my father deserves. Yuan Yao said calmly. Sun Xie didn't know what Yuan Yao meant by saying these things, but Zhou Yu guessed something. The power of the powerful families in the world is immense, Brother Bafu. You are very much like my father. My father liked you very much. After I die, please promise my father. Yuan Yao suddenly opened his eyes and looked at Sun Xie. Sun Xie was taken aback, and Yuan Shu was also taken aback. They couldn't help but turn their heads to look at the other side. Then Yuan Shu spoke in a hoarse voice, Bofu, become my adopted son. Yuan Shu speaking at this point was essentially an acceptance of Yuan Yao's proposal. Yuan Shu himself had health problems, otherwise he wouldn't only have one son, Yuan Yao. Now that the old matter was being brought up again, besides being disheartened, he also had the idea of leaving descendants for the Yuan family. He himself was failing, and he had no sons, so choosing an outstanding descendant to inherit the Yuan family was the right way. To be honest, it would have been the right thing to do after Yuan Yao died, to adopt someone from Yuan Shao's side. However, Yuan Shu's personality was too eccentric. It could be said that he would never bow down to Yuan Shao unless absolutely necessary, and that absolutely necessary included his own death. In reality, Yuan Shu would never bow down to anyone except for Yuan Yao. He was a foolish warlord. Although he was foolish, he had his own code of conduct and standards of behavior that would never be swayed by others. That's why Yuan Yao asked Yuan Shu to adopt Sun Xie as his son after his death, and Yuan Shu agreed without hesitation. After all, Yuan Shu had been working towards this goal, even though he hadn't made any progress. Furthermore, since Yuan Shu had no biological son, it was necessary to adopt a son to inherit his Yuan family business. Since he had to adopt one anyway, he might as well adopt one who pleased him. At least Sun Xie pleased him greatly. As for reporting to Yuan Shao's lineage, Yuan Shu would at most inform him that he wanted one of his 3 sons, Yuan Ten, Yuan Shi, or Yuan Sheng, to inherit the throne. Yuan Shu would rather squander the wealth of the 2nd or 3rd most powerful warlord in the land. Sun Xie was momentarily at a loss. Why did they suddenly want to adopt him as their son? Although he didn't dislike Yuan Shu, for some reason Sun Xie always felt that being adopted by Yuan Shu was taking advantage of Yuan Shu. On the other side, Zhou Yu's eyes bulged out. He suddenly realized that all his previous plans were just small-scale operations. Sun Xie had quietly taken everything he had planned. Was this a case of fools having good luck? Agree quickly. Agree quickly. Zhou Yu roared in his heart. He suddenly realized that now was the best time. Yuan Yao was about to die. Once Yuan Yao died, Sun Xie, as Yuan Shu's adopted son, would be the rightful heir, inheriting the 3 provinces and holding the 5 million people of Yu province, the 3 million people of Jingzhou and Xiangyang, and the 2 million people of Yang province. With a population of tens of millions under his control, and a host of civil and military officials such as Zhou Yu, Peng Tong, Liao Li, Gu Yong, Zhang Qin, Ling Xiao, Chen Piyu, Han Deng, and Huang Gai, Zhou Yu realized that as long as he integrated and absorbed the original forces of Yuan Shu, they would be able to compete with any warlord in the world. Sun Ce hesitated for a long time, unable to speak. He felt ashamed. In his view, Yuan Yao's current condition was his own doing, and since he was currently holding Yuan Yao and channeling his inner energy into him, he knew very well that Yuan Yao was beyond saving and wouldn't survive the day. I'm sorry, Brother Bafu, it seems we are not destined to be brothers in spirit, Father. Yuan Yao suddenly opened his eyes and looked at Yuan Shu with great longing. In that glance, Yuan Shu understood a lot. Bofu, become my adopted son. You will still bear the surname Sun. All you need to do is inherit my Yuan family. My Yuan family has held high office for 4 generations. How can we allow that concubine's son to steal our glory? You are the only one I can trust, Yuan Shu said with a sorrowful expression. Zhou Yu saw Yuan Yao's glance but remained silent. However, he couldn't help but sigh. This was the mark of a scion of a noble family. Even though he had already accepted Sun Ce, he still made one last test before his death.
Chapter 647 If someone treats me with respect, I will repay them tenfold.
Sun Ce's lips moved slightly, but he didn't make a sound. After a long while, Yuan Shu sighed. Bofu, think about it more. I know you have great ambitions, but your foundation is too weak, and you don't have the strength to suppress the powerful families under your rule. You can subdue the powerful families when you conquer the north from the south. It wasn't that Yuan Shu possessed Guojia's wisdom, knowing that if Sun Ce were to engage in a life or death struggle with the powerful clans, he would surely be eliminated by them. Rather, it was because Yuan Shu came from a powerful family and understood the power of these clans all too well. This is why Yuan Yao said that his father's success was not due to luck, but rather to inevitability. In addition to the deterrent power of Yuan Shu himself, there was also the suppression from the powerful families behind Yuan Shu. This is also why there were many rebellions in Yangzhou, but not many people actually raised the banner of opposing Yuan Shu. Zhou Yu gestured with his eyes, but Sun Ce silently turned his head and looked at Yuan Yao. The Yuan family has been kind to me. As long as I, Sun Ce, am alive, the Yuan family will not fall. I, Sun Ce, must walk my own path. In fact, Sun Ce's words were already forbidden, but no one cared at the time. Although Yuan Shu often made foolish mistakes, he was not blind. Sun Ce had already become a force to be reckoned with, and Yuan Shu even had a feeling that Sun Ce would do a better job if he were in his position. Brother Bafu, it seems I'm destined not to be your brother in spirit. Remember to stop my father when he's being unreliable. Yuan Yao's expression improved, his last burst of energy became more and more obvious, and he gripped Sun Ce's hand tighter and tighter. I will definitely stop him for you, Sun Ce nodded and said. Father, I have something to say to you. Yuan Yao slowly withdrew his hand from Sun Ce's hand. The meaning behind this was self-evident. Sun Ce looked miserable and left with Zhou Yu. Father. After Sun Ce left, Yuan Yao's spirits suddenly waned, and his expression turned ashen. My son, Yuan Shu said in a hoarse voice. Father, I'm afraid I won't make it through today. Yuan Yao said bitterly. I have failed your expectations. You found the best teachers for me since I was a child. Unfortunately, your son is like rotten wood, beyond redemption. I have neither Brother Bafu's martial prowess nor Brother Gongjin's wisdom. I cannot bear the burden of the Yuan family.
If you can't carry it, then don't. The family fortune I built was for you. Even if you squander it all, you can still live a carefree life. Bofo, Gaojin, I've always wanted to adopt you as my son, just for your future. But alas, this is fate. At this moment, Yuan Shu suddenly aged a bit, and tears streamed down his face.
Father, I really want to recognize Brother Bafo as my elder brother. After I die, if you can adopt Brother Bafo as your godson, please do so. If not, treat him with the respect due to a legitimate son. He is like you. If someone treats me with respect, I will repay them tenfold. If you continue to treat him well, the Yuan family will prosper. Yuan Yao slowly closed his eyes. This one sentence had already exhausted most of Yuan Yao's strength. After all, Yuan Yao was from a prominent family, and the inheritance of his family was extremely important to him. That was why he gave his doting father instructions before he died. Yes, I will treat him with the respect due to a legitimate son. I will. Yuan Shu wept bitterly, an old man weeping for his young son. A scene that will forever break one's heart. Thank you, father. A smile appeared on Yuan Yao's ashen face. After I die, there should be no grand funeral. Father, if you want your son to be remembered, then distribute the surplus grain to the common people at this time of year. That will be more memorable than a grand funeral. I will. Yuan Shu's tears streamed down his face. At this moment, Yuan Shu agreed to everything Yuan Yao said, but he did not notice Yuan Yao's expression. After giving his last instructions, Yuan Yao had no more obsessions, slowly closed his eyes, and never woke up again. Yao-er! Yuan Shu cried out, then suddenly raised his head and collapsed to the ground. Immediately, Sun Siyi, Zhou Yu, Jiling, and Yuan Shu's wife, Lady Feng, burst through the door and began to move around on Yuan Shu, finally managing to revive him. Yao-er! Yuan Shu got up and wept the moment he woke up, showing no trace of the demeanor of a lord, and was no different from any other father who had lost his son. My lord, please pull yourself together at this time. Hold a funeral for the young lord and announce to the Yuan family in the north that a son will be adopted to inherit your lineage. Jiling was a sensible person and knew what to do at this time, so he immediately spoke up. Hold the funeral, bury him with the honors due to a high-ranking official, open the granaries and distribute grain, notify Yuzhou, Yangzhou, and Jingzhou, as long as they are under my command, open the granaries and distribute grain. Anyone who dares to withhold grain, I, Yuan Shu, will exterminate their entire clan, and anyone who falsifies will have their entire clan exterminated. Yuan Shu said with swollen eyes and a hoarse, desolate voice. Yes. Jiling was a staunch supporter of Yuan Shu. Although he didn't understand why he wasn't buried with the rights due to a feudal lord, he left without asking for a reason. From this day forward, every year on this day, aside from keeping reserves, all surplus grain and fodder will be distributed to the people. Yuan Shu glanced back at Yuan Yao, tears streaming down his face. "Uncle, please accept my condolences. I'm sure Yao Di wouldn't want you to be so heartbroken over him," Sun Siyi said as calmly as possible. Having experienced the pain of losing his father and with the lives of his entire family on his shoulders, he had matured considerably. "Cao, I will never let you get away with this," Yuan Shu roared to the sky. Yuan Shu looked miserable. After a long while, he pressed Sun Siyi's shoulder and cried uncontrollably. This was the first time he had ever been in such pain. Before, when he was beaten black and blue by Cao in Luoyang, Yuan Shu was at most just angry. Yuan Shu knew that it didn't matter if he couldn't defeat Cao, he could find his servants to beat Cao black and blue. But this time, even if he killed Cao, his son would never come back. Bofu, the Yuan family is counting on you, counting on you," Yuan Shu cried uncontrollably. He no longer had any desire to conquer the world. With his son gone, everything was over. I will. Sun Siyi nodded silently. At this moment, his courage was several times heavier. Besides the Sun family, he also carried the burden of the Yuan family, a burden that made it hard to breathe. But he was willing to bear these burdens. "As long as I, Sun Siyi, live, the Yuan family will not perish, Lord Yuan will not betray me, and I will not betray Lord Yuan." Sun Siyi silently made up his mind. In the spring of 194, Yuan Shu's only son passed away. To ensure that people remembered his son, Yuan Shu began to open the granaries and distribute grain on this day every year. This custom continued until the time of Sun Siyi, and then from Sun Siyi's time to even more distant times. Perhaps some powerful families laughed at Yuan Shu for spoiling his children, but they failed to realize that Yuan Shu's actions gave the people under his rule a glimmer of hope for survival, and that sliver of gratitude was enough to provide a lifeline when the Yuan family was destroyed. After Yuan Yao's death, Yuan Shu did not adopt Sun Siyi as his son, but he completely delegated power to Sun Siyi with the respect due to a legitimate son. Zhou Yu was also personally recommended to the central government by Yuan Shu and was granted the title of General of Jianwei. Gu Yong, Liao Li, and others who had been sidelined were also given additional titles. Sun Siyi felt guilty about this and was determined not to mistreat the Yuan family. Chapter 648 Yuan Shu, Yuan Shao, and the Yuan family. In the spring of 194, Yuan Shu held a funeral for Yuan Yao. Although Yuan Yao had said not to make his funeral too grand, Yuan Shu still buried him with the rites due to a high-ranking official. It is said that if Yuan Yao had not asked, Yuan Shu would definitely have buried him with the rights due to a feudal lord. That being said, although the 9 ministers ceremony still had its overstepping boundaries, the world was in chaos and no one could interfere. In addition, Yuan Shu opened the granaries to distribute grain to the people under his rule and promised to do so every year. So, after learning about this, the people of Yuzhou, Yangzhou, and Jingzhou spontaneously offered incense to Yuan Yao, which can be considered a different kind of he who eats another's food is bound to do the same. Holding a funeral for Yuan Yao wouldn't normally be a big deal, but the problem now is that Yuan Shu has no sons after Yuan Yao's death. Yuan Shu was one of the top 3 warlords in the land, and he was backed by the Yuan family. With Yuan Shu's lineage cut off, the Yuan family had to find a way to help resolve this matter. For people in ancient times, the idea of having no heir was absolutely intolerable. Generally speaking, in such situations, Yuan Shu's brothers of the same generation who had many sons would immediately adopt one of their sons to carry on the family line. After all, in the eyes of the ancients, as long as you worship my ancestors and venerate my forefathers, and acknowledge that you are my descendants, then no matter what your past was like, you are now my offspring. Adopted sons and legitimate sons enjoy the same rights, the only difference being that adopted sons do not have the right of inheritance. Of course, this refers to the situation where the legitimate son is alive. In cases where a son needs to be adopted to continue the family line, there is obviously no legitimate son. In such cases, the adopted son will inherit everything from his adoptive father, including power, obligations, status, and all other aspects. This explains why Yuan Shao, despite being born to a concubine, held the same status as Yuan Shu, Yuan Feng's son. It was because Yuan Feng adopted him to Yuan Cheng, making him the legitimate heir of Yuan Cheng's lineage. From then on, he had to address Yuan Feng as his uncle, Yuan Cheng as his father, and Yuan Shu as his cousin.
Similarly, Yuan Shu's intention in adopting Sang Su as his son was, in essence, to have Sang Su inherit his lineage, so that after his death, someone could offer incense to him during seasonal festivals, lest his lineage become lonely ghosts.
Looking for my cousin. Yuan Shu coldly glanced at the Yuan family elders. Since we're all adopting sons, why would I adopt someone I despise? My affairs are none of your business. It is not that my Yuan family is without descendants. The Wenkai lineage prospered today precisely because it adopted Ben Chu. Now that the Zhouyang lineage, which supported the Wenkai lineage, is in this situation, it is only natural that the Wenkai lineage should adopt a descendant. The Yuan family elder replied with a helpless expression. In reality, besides being dissatisfied with Yuan Shu's explicit statement of treating Sun Ce with the respect due to a legitimate son, the elders of the Yuan family also had some ulterior motives. Putting everything else aside, the Yuan family is now thriving, living a much more carefree life than the Yang family, who are cowering in Chang'an and dare not make any moves. In the Yuan family's assessment, both Yuan Shao's and Yuan Shu's lineages were basically powerful warlords qualified to contend for the throne. It was precisely because of this formidable strength that the forces supporting Yuan Shao and Yuan Shu were able to sit down and have a proper talk. Both sides were powerful enough that what Cao, a figure of immense power, had to fight for, was actually trivial in the eyes of these two forces. Their vision had expanded beyond a single city or region, and they were beginning to look towards the entire world. They had considered joining forces, but alas, Yuan Shao and Yuan Shu were both too powerful. Just like the division of Jin into 3 states by Han, Zhao, and Wei during the Warring States period, they were all decimated. Did they not want to return to the original, powerful state of Jin? Of course, they wanted to, but the problem was that they couldn't do it. First of all, if they merged, who would be the leader? After all, the Yuan family had split into 2 branches because of Yuan Shu and Yuan Shao. Although there were rational elders in the Yuan family, most of them were betting on Yuan Shu and Yuan Shao. This was the first time the Yuan family branches in the north and south had discussed this matter, and the meeting ended in discord. However, Yuan Yao's death this time gave the rational elders of the Yuan family a glimmer of hope once again. After Yuan Yao's death, the two branches of the Yuan family, one in the north and one in the south, quickly exchanged their opinions and had little to discuss regarding a merger. In the end, Yuan Shao, left with no other choice, resorted to his trump card, his strategist group. After Sun Chen and Su Yu joined, the two branches of the Yuan family, who were originally at odds with each other and could not reach an agreement, quickly sat down to think things over. Finally, with the mediation of Sun Chen and Su Yu, the two sides reached an agreement, first, to clear out the warlords of the land, turning the internal power struggles of the Han dynasty into an internal conflict within the Yuan family. As for who would be the leader, that would be discussed later. Although Yuan Shao and Yuan Shu had a very strained relationship, to be honest, Yuan Shao was not as foolish as Yuan Shu and would not have let Yuan Shu die without an heir. After learning of Yuan Yao's death, he hesitated for a moment and then decided to give his favorite son, Yuan Sheng, to Yuan Shu for adoption. In fact, it was Zhu Shao who suggested that Yuan Sheng be adopted by Yuan Shu. Zhu Shao had already seen signs of Yuan Shao spoiling Yuan Sheng, and Yuan Tan had not made any mistakes yet. If the eldest son was deposed and the younger son was established in his place, Zhu Shao was really worried that there would be great chaos. Yuan Shao agreed to Zhu Shao's proposal without much thought. He did like his youngest son, Yuan Sheng, but he was wise enough not to depose the eldest son in favor of the younger one. However, after Zhu Shao's proposal, he couldn't help but have some other thoughts. The Yuan family needed the strongest person to be the head of the family. To be honest, Yuan Shao meant well and never intended to seize Yuan Shu's territory in this way. For Yuan Shao, this method was less shameful than setting up a hangman banquet. Therefore, Yuan Shao's instructions to Yuan Sheng were that after the adoption, he only needed to think about how to benefit Yuan Shu's lineage, even if this benefit would greatly damage Yuan Shao. As we can see from the current situation, Yuan Shu completely ignores Yuan Shao. He has become obsessed with the suggestions of the Yuan family elders and has blindly followed them. Sometimes people are like that. Once they become obsessed, the more you ask them to do something, the less they will do it. Yuan Shu is in this state now. He has given up hope of adopting Sun Si as his son, but he has absolute confidence that Sun Si will inherit his lineage. Just as the elders of the Yuan family were about to continue their nagging lecture to Yuan Shu, a messenger rushed into the main hall. Report, General. Lu Baiao's troops have marched out of Jingbei, seized Nanjun, and are now pressing on Dangyang, the messenger shouted. Lu Baiao, you're courting death. How can you, one of the 8 steeds, not know the meaning of mourning one's own parents? Yuan Shu roared angrily. Chapter 649. The two Liu's campaign against Yuan. In fact, Lu Baiao had no intention of taking advantage of Yuan Shu's death to attack him. The problem was that Lu Baiao had just crossed the Yangtze River and was pressing his troops to the north of Jingzhou when Yuan Yao died. At this time, Lu Baiao had already attacked Nan Commandery. Should he retreat? That's why Lu Baiao immediately decided to launch a counterattack on Xiangyang. He had waited so long for a good opportunity. if he didn't launch a counterattack because Yuan Shu lost his son, that wouldn't be benevolence, that would be brainlessness. Lu Biao wasn't that foolish. He immediately labeled Yuan Shu a traitor who had stolen the imperial seal and wreaked havoc on the land, and continued his campaign against him. Previously, Lu Biao had been suppressed by a group of capable ministers of Wu in the later period, including Liao Li, Gu Yong, Zhang Qin, and Yu Fan. In addition, Zhou Yu ordered the Yangtze River to be blocked. If it weren't for the fear of Yuan Shu, Zhou Yu would have been able to teach Lu Biao a lesson with his limited fighting strength. As a result, last year Zhou Yu and son Xie were both placed under house arrest, and Liao Li, Gu Yong, Zhang Qin, and Yu Fan were subsequently sidelined. Zhou Yu and son Xie did not put up a fight, and Jiangxia and Xiangyang were naturally replaced by Lu Xun, Li Feng, Jilin and their group. Afterwards, Yuan Shu wanted to stabilize Yangzhou, so he transferred Jilin back to Shaochun. In this situation, it could be said that Lu Biao had only one chance to turn the tide. Naturally, Lu Biao had no intention of waiting for Liu Bei to create an opportunity for him. Who knew if this opportunity would come again? Kuai Yu immediately suggested to Lu Biao that he send troops to Nan Commandery. It should be noted that Lu Biao was basically the weakest of the warlords in the land. This weakness was not due to the lack of strong generals and capable ministers, but rather to its fundamental weakness. Originally, at this point in time, the Central Plains should have been in an endless typhoid fever phase, until Zhang Zhongjing invented Artemisia annua decoction and eradicated the typhoid fever when the population dropped to around 10 million. However, in this life, the first outbreak of typhoid fever in the Central Plains was wiped out by Chen XI's extraordinary abilities. What Wu prescribed medicine and it was eliminated.
Furthermore, Artemisia annua can be found in all areas of China, from north to south and from east to west. After Huotuo published the prescription, the plague, which should have caused mass extinction along with famine, was directly eradicated.
As for hunger, how should I put it? Historically, after a plague outbreak, people fled from north to south, and many died while fleeing famine. You should know that as long as the government exists, no matter how incompetent the government officials are, it is actually difficult for large-scale starvation to occur in non-disaster years. As for Yuan Shao in the north, Liu Bei in Mount Tai, and Cao in Shenliu, they were all considered great rulers by the standards of this era. Even if Cao was a scourge, he didn't harm the people under his rule. Although the claim of a 50% tax rate was absurd, at least the remaining 50% of the population could survive. As for Yuan Shu, he was quite an oddball. He spent a lot of money, but one thing must be acknowledged: as long as the tax revenue exceeded his expenses, he wouldn't raise taxes. This guy didn't bother with the common people at all. He treated them like little bees, only caring about the excess honey they demanded. Originally, Yuan Shu's policies were in place even after the Great Plague. With the population declining and Yuan Shu's expenses exceeding tax revenue, he, who viewed the common people as ants, still insisted on collecting the full amount of taxes, essentially a disguised tax increase for himself. The current situation is this: Yu province has not experienced a major plague, and the population under Yuan Shu's rule has increased because he has occupied parts of Yang province and Jing province. Yuan Shu's tax revenue, when spread out, is actually less. Incidentally, Yuan Shu's ratio of soldiers to civilians was comparable to Liu Bei's among the major warlords. Yuan Shu only had 20 万 troops, which were well equipped, but their combat effectiveness was another matter. At the same time, Yuan Shu did not have the self-sufficient agricultural settlements of Cao and Yuan Shao, nor the construction troops of Liu Bei. In Yuan Shu's view, those troops were completely unnecessary, and no civil officials advised him to do so. He had no shortage of money and provisions, and he was too lazy to do things like military farming. This is why, despite occupying so many good places, he could only fight against minor warlords. In short, Liu Biao was incredibly weak compared to the three major warlords of the Central Plains, so he could only wait for a good opportunity to turn the tide. This time, it was a golden opportunity. The guy that Kuai Yu considered dangerous was either confined or sidelined, and Lu Zhang, who inherited his father's official position, also happened to want to make an appearance. Last year, Lu Zhang inherited the legacy left by his father Lu Yan. With the help of Wang Lei, Huang Quan, Wu Yi, Zhang Ren, Yan Yan and others, he successfully consolidated the power of Yizhu in 1 year. Of course, Hangshong was still occupied by Zhang Lu. Originally, Zhang Lu was merely a pawn deployed by Lu Yan to block the Qiang people of Yang and Ouyang, and to fulfill the imperial order in order to achieve his goal of becoming a local emperor. Now that Lu Yan is dead, during the time when Lu Zhang was consolidating Yizhu, Zhang Lu has successfully transformed Hangshong into a peaceful haven where politics and religion were integrated. In short, Zhang Lu took away the legacy left by Lu Yan to Lu Zhang. Lu Zhang had just inherited the position of governor of Yi province and was still full of enthusiasm. How could he let someone else take away what his father had left him? The current situation is that the cowardly Lu Zhang has developed a bit of enthusiasm, and a group of idle civil and military officials in Yizhu are eager to show the world the fighting power of Yizhu, and finally formed two large armies. One faction, led by Zhang Ren, launched a northern expedition from Yizhu to attack Hangshong. The other faction, led by Yan Yan, sailed down the river from Yizhu to Jingzhou and then launched a surprise attack on Hangshong from Shenyang. Of course, this route also served to test the strength of the warlords in the Central Plains. It's obvious that Zhang Song, Lu Bia, Huang Quan, and Zheng Du of Yizhu didn't take Yuan Shu seriously. In their view, even if they defeated him and retreated to Yizhu, no one could invade. However, even if they didn't consider Yuan Shu a human being, they still informed Lu Biao and prepared to use him as a shield, claiming that they were preparing to support Lu Biao as imperial relatives. Although Kuai Yu saw through this scheme, it was an open plot. After Kuai Yu exposed Zhang Song and others' conspiracy, Lu Biao hesitated for a moment before sending troops, and declared that if he conquered Jingzhou, the area west of Tigi would be incorporated into Yizhu. With both Kuai Yu and Zhang Song harboring their own ulterior motives, Lu Biao and Lu Zhang both sent troops. However, compared to Lu Zhang's massive army, Lu Biao's was rather meager. But in terms of effectiveness, the two sides were evenly matched. Yan Yan, holding his breath, attacked Bai Di directly. Instantly, the morale of all the civil and military officials in Yizhu was greatly boosted. They had never fought before and thought they were ignorant because they were from a remote and poor area. But after coming out, they found that they were quite powerful. One of the three great warlords of the Central Plains collapsed at the first touch. With overflowing confidence, Yan Yan, under the command of strategists Zhang Song, Wang Lei, Qin Mi, and Lu Bie, swept through the enemy lines until Yuan Shu finally reacted when his troops reached Shenyang. However, at this point, Yuan Shu's incompetent intelligence system still believed that Lu Biao had returned to Jingbei. Chapter 650 Open schemes cannot overcome the hearts of the people. When Chen Shiyi learned of Yuan Yao's death, he also received news of Lu Zhang's invasion of Hangzhong, Lu Biao's attack on Jingzhou, the turmoil in Ziliang, Yuan Shu's plan to adopt Sun Si's son, Gan Ning's completion of the mission assigned by Chen Shiyi and return to Mount Tai, as well as some inside information about the Yuan family's conspiracy and the Yang family's conspiracy in Guangzhou. Besides these major events, such as Zhang Hong's plan to go to Bingzhou with Chen Gong to fight the Hu people, Hu Zhao sending Chen Gong a detailed map of the Hintar region, Wei Yan and Guan Ping's initial defeat followed by a major victory in the southern Bohai Sea, and finally Wei Yan's great battle with Gao Lan in the Leilaying area, with both of them breaking through the barrier of internal energy separation.
Speaking of this, I have to say that Wei Yan's experience was still too limited, just like Sun Tzu's back then.
Although Wei Yan had broken through to the point of internal energy separation, he was far inferior to Gao Lan, a general who had stayed at the peak of qi refining formation for a long time. Originally, the two were of similar strength, but after the breakthrough, Gao Lan was almost on par with Zhang He, while Wei Yan had just entered the stage of internal energy separation. Finally, Zhang Bie led his well-prepared army out of Qingzhou, joined forces with Wei Yan and Guan Ping, and fought a major battle against Gao Lan, Zhang Yuk, and Hong Meng, thus containing the war along the Ji and Qingzhou lines and barely ending the potential war for hegemony. In addition to the secret letter sent by Jiasu, the undercover investigation in Mount Tai of Qingzhou, the rebellion plan of the Sushu aristocratic families, the seizure of jobs in Yanzhou, the construction of the new city in Yanzhou, and other matters, all of these were placed on Chen Eleven's desk in just a few days. Chen Shiyi had only one feeling: the powder keg of the Han dynasty was about to explode. What happened? It's like the sky has fallen all of a sudden, so many things have piled up on my shoulders. If I remember correctly, I had finished everything when I left. Chen Shiyi stared frantically at the intelligence report in his hand. He had only one feeling: horrified. They were all pretty good. As for the capture of Yanzhou, we had planned it a long time ago. We just need to modify the original plan. As for the new city of Yanzhou, we planned it at the same time. We basically made all the necessary preparations for the renovation of cities in the Central Plains. All we need to do is transport the materials. Gong Gaiyu is counting on you, Kuojia said, turning his head to Sun Qian and sighing. Zijing and Zishuang have already planned these tasks. All we need to do is unseal the stored supplies when the time comes. I've already completed the road planning for the entire north. All that's left is manpower, Sun Qian said, waving his hand. He was used to it. Sun Qian is currently building the new city of Linyi. Now that Lu Buletin and Yuan Shao are no longer obstructing him, Sun Qian's construction speed has increased significantly, but it is still a long way from completion. What's so good about it? There are some things that Wen He and Wen Ru will do when I'm not in Taishan. They are trying to take this opportunity to cleanse our internal dissidents once and for all, but this is too violent. I wonder how many more people will die. Chen Shiyi said helplessly. He found that as long as he was away, Jiasu and Li Yu would start running wild. Jiasu and Li Yu's actions were tantamount to completely abandoning Sushu. They were essentially letting the enemy launch a coup while Yuan Shao or Yuan Shu were rising in power. This was nothing short of entrapment. A swift and decisive approach, how wonderful. We should take this opportunity to purge the dissidents from our ranks. Only when our core members are free of such dissidents will we be able to absorb the remaining forces of other factions without corruption. Kuo-jia waved his hand while leaning on the table. Kuo-jia didn't care about Jiasu and Li Yu's behavior at all. In his opinion, Chen Shiyi was sometimes too lenient. Sometimes leniency doesn't solve problems, so you have to find another way. Thunder and rain are both valid methods, so why be so rigid?
I just think it's a pity those people died. As long as they're still human, they can create value. It's such a waste that they just died like that, Chen Xi sighed. Guojia's eyebrows twitched wildly when he heard this. Zichuang, how much do you like those people undergoing labor reform?
Stop talking nonsense. Even if the elders of the Yuan family agree on the merger of the North and South, it won't matter. Yuan Shu's personality will definitely prevent us from reaching an agreement. The question is, what's going on with Sun Bafu? Kuo-jia said, pointing to another piece of intelligence. Since Kuo-jia left his position as intelligence chief to become Wang Yu's strategist, he had much less contact with intelligence from the south. As a result, he knew very little about Sun Xie, who in his memory was still an immature child. The problem now is that after reviewing Sun Xie's information again, Kuo-jia has one feeling: although Sun Xie's behavior is still somewhat immature, he already has many shining qualities that are enough to establish a territory. How is this possible? I don't know either. I even deliberately suppressed Sun Bafu and Zhou Gongjin to allow Yuan Shu to develop steadily and increase his strength, so that Yuan Shu would have the power to uphold his own principles, so that Sun Bafu's path would be cut off by his own morality. Chen Shiyi also looked frustrated. He couldn't figure it out either. It's worth noting that Chen Shiyi secretly contributed significantly to Yuan Shu's current strength, along with Jiasu and others who also lent a helping hand to varying degrees. The goal was to fatten Yuan Shu up until he was too powerful for anyone but Liu Bei to handle, thus making Liu Bei seem less insignificant. While Jiasu and his ilk were simply trying to secure a large rear base for Liu Bei, Chen Shiyi had a different purpose: to use Yuan Shu to limit Sun Xie. To be honest, this plan would seem unbelievable to anyone who knew the difference in ability between Yuan Shu and Sun Xie. However, Chen Shiyi did not choose any other method but instead chose the most unlikely one. This was because Chen Shiyi knew that, apart from this method, it would be difficult to deceive Zhou Yu. Every scheme has a limited lifespan. Once Zhou Yu discovers the problem and thinks about it carefully, honestly, there's really no conspiracy that Zhou Yu can't crack in a year or two. so Chen Shi isn't going to embarrass himself anymore. Sun Si is most praised for his integrity and loyalty, so Chen Shi started from this point. In the previous life, Yuan Shu tried to restrain Sun Si because he lacked power, which led to their relationship deteriorating until they broke up. Chen Shi had witnessed Yuan Shu's loyalty, so Chen Shi gradually built up the strength for Yuan Shu to uphold his loyalty. And favors are something that can never be repaid, especially in Yuan Shu's case. The more Sun Si respected him, the better he treated the Sun family. The same goes for Sun Si. The better Yuan Shu treated him, the more grateful he became. In his mind, he would not leave until he had repaid Yuan Shu's favor. This was his sense of loyalty. It can be said that what makes Sun Si admirable is his sense of righteousness. If he had gone against his conscience one day and betrayed Yuan Shu before repaying his debt of gratitude, then Sun Si would have been finished. And if he had to repay the debt of gratitude while Yuan Shu kept repaying him, the most likely outcome would have been that he would have returned himself to Yuan Shu, which would have also rendered him finished. Theoretically, this strategy should have broken one of the three pillars of the tripartite balance of power, but now it's completely deviating from the script. How did Sun Si end up taking the throne after all these twists and turns? Chapter 651 Sun Si and Zhou Yu battle the two Lius. Not to mention that Chen Shi doesn't understand what happened or how Sun Si suddenly soared to great heights. Wasn't he almost at the point of breaking ties with Zhao because of rumors? How did things turn out so unexpectedly? Needless to say, Liu Bei's civil and military officials didn't take Yuan Shu seriously at all. Despite his strong war potential, Yuan Shu couldn't even unleash his full fighting abilities. If Liu Bei and Yuan Shu were to fight one, even without any backup plans, Yuan Shu would be like meat on a chopping board. The current situation is that Yuan Shu's son, Yuan Yao, has died, and Yuan Shu wants to pass on his power to Sun Si and raise Sun Si as his son. Is there something wrong with this? Without a second thought, Chen Shi threw Yuan Shu over the wall, treating Yuan Shu's forces as if they were Sun Si's. As for the interference of the Yuan family elders, not only did Yuan Shu smear the Yuan family elders' faces with bricks, but even without Yuan Shu, the Yuan family alone could not overthrow Sun Si. If the elders of the Yuan family wanted to challenge Sun Si's power, not to mention how much fighting strength they could demonstrate, just the fact that Yuan Shu himself was still suppressing the elders' counterattacks made Chen Shi completely pessimistic about their chances. The secret letter from Yuzhou revealed that the elders of the Yuan family were using every trick in the book, shoving obstacles, adhering to clan rules, suppressing Sun Si, sowing discord, and so on. They used anything that seemed useful to them, regardless of whether it was respectable or not. The problem was that their opponents were a formidable force composed of Zhou Yu, Peng Tong, Liao Li, and Gu Yong. Now, Yuan Shu has completely loosened his control over Sun Si and Zhou Yu, allowing them to draw strength from him and grow rapidly. He probably also intends to lend a hand to help Sun Si advance more steadily. Given the current situation, if those guys from the Yuan family whose names are unknown could defeat Sun Si, the world would already belong to the Yuan family. Based on the recent intelligence sent in the secret letter, Chen Shi had only one feeling, the UN family elders were making one blunder after another, their intelligence had no limits, and they were endlessly boosting the reputation of Zhou Yu and Sun Siyi. It is said that Chen Shiyi was unaware of the effects of Zhou Yu's mental talent. After Zhou Yu confirmed that Yuan Shu truly intended to raise Sun Siyi as his heir, he activated his brain, that aura around the clock, effectively causing the Yuan family elders to lose their intelligence indefinitely. Sun Siyi is a problem, and Zhou Yu is a strange person. Moreover, the power they unleash when they are together is astonishing. Kuo-jia frowned as he put down the intelligence about Sun Siyi and Zhou Yu that Jia when he had brought him.
It's more than amazing. Either of these two is a genius. But if they join forces, it's hard for anyone to stop them. Chen Xi said with a wry smile. If Xiu Gaojin were next to Sun Bofu's bravery would definitely not be weaker than Yuan Xiao's at present.
It can't be that exaggerated, can it? Kuo-jia raised an eyebrow, a strange light flashing in his eyes. They read the same age as me, so just estimate that their abilities are about the same as mine, Chen Shiyi said with a sigh. He really was the same age as Zhou Yu. Are we about to activate the backup plan we left in Yuzhou now? Kuo-jia frowned. If it's really as you say, and they gain control of their own power, I'm worried they'll destroy our backup plan. Chen Shiyi hesitated. After all, the move he left in Yu province was just a side benefit, and given Zhou Yu's current capabilities, truly controlling the three provinces of Jing, Yu, and Yang would make breaking his backup plan relatively easy. Alright, Zishuang, you and I will be stationed in the north. Let Wenru and the others handle the affairs in the south. We need to trust them, Kuo-jia said calmly. Yes. That's certainly how it should be. Chen Shiyi nodded and said. Li Yu and Jiasu would probably handle Sun Siyi's affairs themselves. Their main task was still to deal with Yuan Shao in the north. Rewind to the day Yuan Shu received news that Lu Baiao had launched an attack on Jingbei. Already grieving the loss of his son and having been lectured by the elders of the Yuan family, Yuan Shu was on the verge of exploding. Upon learning that Lu Baiao was attacking Jingbei, Yuan Shu was furious and immediately ordered his civil and military officials to prepare to kill Lu Baiao. Sun Siyi had always been at the forefront of the campaign against Lu Baiao, and this time, old and new grudges erupted at the same time. Sun Siyi immediately expressed his willingness to lead his troops to attack Lu Baiao. As for Zhou Yu, who had been hiding his strength and preventing Sun Siyi from having the opportunity to kill Lu Baiao, and who was playing the role of a bandit leader to enhance his own power, he did not stop Sun Siyi this time either. He had already confirmed that Yuan Shu really intended to raise Sun Siyi as his son, so he no longer needed to worry about those unfounded rumors. Phew, it seems Lord Yuan has truly made up his mind. The road ahead will be much easier. Zhou Yu looked at Sun Siyi, who had stood up and was full of enthusiasm, and felt a sense of calm. From now on, he no longer needed to hide his abilities and could devote himself wholeheartedly to building a foundation for his sworn brother. Yuzhou, Yangzhou, and Jingzhou have populations of tens of millions, but are sparsely populated. The focus now should be on strengthening the military and improving the region's prosperity. Yuan Shao's approach is too crude, and many of his civil and military officials are merely occupying positions without contributing. Zhou Yu silently pondered and analyzed the situation. From now on, the three provinces of Jing, Yu, and Yang would be their homeland. Alas, we still don't have enough manpower. Letting the powerful families control the field won't work either. We can't possibly train them ourselves. How exactly did Liu Bei manage to cultivate so many scholars? Zhou Yu couldn't help but think of Liu Bei's side, who was currently the most successful at cultivating scholars. It seems I should recruit talented people first. We need capable administrators, but these people form the foundation of a power. It's better for me to take on the weak ones than the strong ones, and they've all been plundered. It's really troublesome. Zhou Yu thought helplessly. It is said that there are not many talented people who can sit in the center, mediate between factions, stabilize power, and promote development. Even fewer can meet Zhou Yu's high requirements. Helpless, Zhou Yu decided to take on the role himself first, and let Peng Tong replace him as Sun Si's strategist to deal with Lu Baiao. Yuan Shu agreed to Sun Si's request without much thought, appointing Sun Si as the commander-in-chief and leading an army of 2,000 to rescue Jingzhou. However, all of Yuan Shu's soldiers in Jingzhou were placed under Sun Si's command, and a group of civil and military officials who had been sidelined, such as Gu Yong, Liao Li, Zhou Tai, and Zhang Qin, were reinstated and promoted by half a rank. Bofu, Zhou Yu greeted Sun Si after leaving the main hall. Gongjin, what brings you here? Sun Si stopped and asked. It's not just Lu Baiao in Jingzhou, but also Lu Zhang's forces. This time, listen carefully to Shi Yuan's plans and thoroughly assess the fighting strength of Lu Zhang's troops, Zhou Yu said helplessly. Sure enough, none of Yuan Shu's forces noticed that it wasn't just Lu Baiao who had marched out of Jingzhou, but also Lu Zhang. Lu Zhang? Sun Si looked at Zhou Yu with confusion, but trusting Zhou Yu, he nodded and said, I will be careful. Whether it is Lu Baiao or Lu Zhang, I will win. Chapter 652 Recommendation. Looking at Sun Si's confident expression, Zhou Yu couldn't help but feel a headache. Without giving himself the reverse mental talent and lowering his IQ, he simply couldn't have a pleasant conversation with Sun Si. Apart from being able to listen to his advice and being loyal, Sun Si had absolutely no strategic vision. What he meant was that you should pay more attention to Lu Zhang, see if you can annex Yizhu, and then launch a three-pronged northern expedition to pacify the world, with Yuan Yang as the head, Jing and Yang as the waist, and Jing and Yi as the tail, Peng Tong said with a look of disdain as he passed by. Yes, that's it, Shiwen. You should take a closer look later. Zhou Yu sighed and said. When talking to Peng Tong, you only need to say one point, and he will understand the next three. You're too ambitious. First, stabilize Jing and Yang, and eliminate the internal troubles in Yu province. Even if you take risks, you need a solid foundation. Peng Tong didn't give Zhou Yu any face and directly retorted. Make plans early. You go to Jingzhou, and I'll stay in Yuzhou to eliminate internal troubles. Zhou Yu was already used to Peng Tong's rebuttals. After all, his and Sun Si's handsome appearances were a constant source of frustration for Peng Tong, while Peng Tong had an intellectual advantage over Sun Si, but he had no advantage over Zhou Yu at all.
Well, I'm glad you're handling internal affairs, but everyone has their strengths and weaknesses. This isn't your forte, and it's a waste of your talent, Pang Tong criticized bluntly.
Isn't there no other way? Zhou Yu said with a wry smile. Look at Yuan Shu's subordinates, who can sit in the central government and promote development. Who has that ability? That's true. Pang Tong thought about Sun Xi's forces and realized that no one could sit in the center and develop the economy like Chen Shiyi, Lu Su, and Sun Yu. They could stockpile grain, reclaim wasteland, and bring prosperity to their jurisdiction. Gu Yuanten might be able to manage after another 10 years or so of honing his skills. But right now, having him in charge of the central command is no better than me, Zhou Yu said helplessly. Warfare is all about securing resources. Without someone to hold the reins, even the strongest foundation will eventually crumble. There's someone who might be the answer. I saw him hanging around the taverns in Shaochun a while ago. I don't know if he's still there. He said he's going to Jiangdong to avoid trouble and study. Pang Tong frowned, thinking of someone. Why didn't you say so earlier that you had such a virtuous scholar? Zhou Yu glanced at Pang Tong and said with a hint of dissatisfaction. It's not that I am unwilling to speak, but the other party seems to be genuinely searching for a wise ruler. However, they haven't found one yet, Pang Tong said nonchalantly. Besides, my relationship with him isn't exactly good. He's too smooth talking. If there's anyone in this world who can go through life without offending anyone, it's definitely this guy. No way, you're giving him way too much credit. Zhou Yu said incredulously. It's simply impossible to live a life without offending anyone. His intellectual talent gives people a sense of intellectual expansion. Moreover, he can guide others to say what he wants to say, so those who talk to him often benefit from his kindness and feel as if they are bathed in a spring breeze. Pang Tong frowned slightly as he thought of Zhao Jin's situation. He and Zhao Yang did not fight because Zhao Jin mediated between them. To be honest, Pang Tong had never met Sima Lang. Sima Lang was the one who truly exuded a sense of warmth and approachability. His words were like a gentle breeze. This is why, when Zhao Jin and Sima Lang met using their spiritual talents, they quickly became inseparable, their spiritual talents enhancing each other's affinity. What's his name? Where is he? Zhou Yu knew immediately that this Zhao Jin perfectly met his requirements. Even if Zhao Jin didn't do much political work, as long as he could reconcile the factions, the strength of Yu province would be greatly enhanced. Zhao Kongming's elder brother, Zhao Ziyu, is probably still in some tavern in Shaochun City, but I'm not sure if he'll agree. Lord Yuan, tisk tisk tisk. Pang Tong shamelessly scorned Yuan Shu. I will definitely agree, Zhou Yu said with a smile. He had heard of Zhao Jin before. Although he was not very famous, if he was really as Pang Tong said, he was probably a rare genius in this era. Pang Tong pursed his lips. If he hadn't noticed the change in the situation under Yuan Shu, although he didn't know how Zhou Yu had managed to let Sun Ce seize power, the current situation was very favorable for Pang Tong. He realized that he seemed to have the capital to compete with Zhao Yang. About half a year ago, Pang Tong learned that Zhao Yang had become the chief clerk of the general who guards the east and was learning how to handle government affairs from Lu Su, and was stationed at Mount Tai. Pang Tong knew that Zhao Yang was about to rise to great heights. At that time, Pang Tong was in a period when Sun Ce was confined to his home and he was sidelined. The two were worlds apart, like clouds and mud. Pang Tong knew very well that if he had any rival in his life, then Zhuqiang would definitely be his greatest rival. Zhuqiang was already showing his talent, while he was still unknown. You have to know that he was already 16 years old and could truly serve any feudal lord. Now an opportunity has presented itself to him, Sun Ce. Sun Ce has already shown the brilliance of a hegemon, and after the confinement was lifted, Pang Tong had a clear feeling that Yuan Shu seemed to have begun to cultivate Sun Ce and Zhou Yu. Although this was unbelievable, it was an opportunity for Pang Tong, an opportunity that would allow him to compete with Zhuqiang on the same stage.
That's why Pang Tong spared no effort in planning for Sun Tzu. He didn't want to fall behind Zhuge Yang. He wanted to prove that he was better than Zhuge Yang.
If we can't compete in height or appearance, then let's compete in talent and learning. Let's see who will ultimately rule the world. The victor is king, the loser is a bandit. Only the victor has the right to write everything. After Pang Tong realized that Sun Ce was indeed qualified to compete for the title of hegemon of the world, his originally depressed mood was restored and his fighting spirit was restored. When Sun Ce and Zhou Yu appeared before Zhuqiang with Pang Tong and gifts, Zhuqiang was indeed surprised. Although he had no intention of serving Yuan Shu, he still invited Sun Ce and Zhou Yu in for a chat out of respect for Pang Tong. After all, this was on their territory, and Zhuqiang did not want to cause trouble. Compared to Sun Ce's recruitment of talents, which relied purely on his domineering aura, Zhou Yu's method was to impress people with his talent and learning, implying that if someone as capable as himself was following him, did Zhou Yu really think his judgment was better than his? However, it is clear that Zhou Yu's move was not effective against Zhuqiang. Although Zhuqiang was no match for Zhou Yu in terms of strategy, it would not be easy for Zhou Yu to overpower Zhuqiang. On the contrary, in their constant exchanges, Zhuqiang's words occasionally sparked many flashes of wisdom. As a result, Zhou Yu's goodwill towards Zhuqiang grew even stronger, and his idea of having Zhuqiang join Sun Ce's ranks became even more firm. The problem was that during their conversation, Zhou Yu was easily led astray. Wasn't it obvious that they didn't want him to say, "Please serve my lord Sun Ce"? Chapter 653 I'll take the blame. While trying to persuade him from both sides, Zhuqiang also sought a way to escape. He had absolutely no interest in joining Yuan Shu. He had spent a long time in Yu province, specifically to learn more about Yuan Shu, but ultimately silently gave up. Although Yuan Shu had a strong foundation, he was not suited to be a ruler, he was only suited to be a righteous hero. In Zhuqiang's view, Yuan Shu would eventually ruin his own foundation as a ruler. As for Sun Ce, Zhuqiang also knew a lot about him. However, in Zhuqiang's opinion, Sun Ce was more suited to be a fierce general, like Xiang Yu, rather than a ruler. He was just as loyal as Yuan Shu, and Sun Ce had more martial prowess than Yuan Shu, making him more suitable to be a hero. This is also why Zhuqiang decided to leave Yuzhou and go to Jiangdong after staying there for a long time. We definitely can't stay in the Central Plains anymore. Anyone who isn't blind knows that a major battle in the north is unavoidable, so the only option is to flee south. the powerful families of Yizhu were extremely exclusive, so Zhajin naturally wouldn't go looking for trouble. Although the powerful families of Jiangdong had formed a united front, the original structure of the four major families had collapsed instantly without the Lu family, which made Zhajin see other possibilities. Zhajin is not alone now. When he turned against the Zhaj family, he took a group of people with him. Since those clansmen were willing to follow Zhajin, he would naturally not treat them badly. So he originally planned to go to Jiangdong and take advantage of the conflict between the remaining three major families in Jiangdong. With Zhajin's wisdom, he might be able to rebuild the Zhaj family. The story goes that Zhang Zhao and Zhang Hong moved Sushu to Jiangdong with the original plan of seeking refuge with the Zhang family of Jiangdong. However, they encountered the downfall of one of the four great families. Zhang Zhao and Zhang Hong used their wisdom to successfully absorb the Zhang family of Jiangdong. However, they also removed the Zhang family name from Sushu.
Naturally, Zhuge Jin had the same idea, to take advantage of the chaos among the Jiangdong aristocratic families, quickly enter the fray, and then, relying on his wisdom, even if he couldn't eliminate the remaining three major families, at least carve out a place to settle down and make a living. Perhaps he could even gamble on quickly rebuilding the Zhuge family.
To be honest, Zhajin is refined in appearance and smooth in his dealings with others, but that doesn't mean he lacks integrity. He also has his own pride. Every top figure has their own pride, and while Zhajin usually tries to guide people with kind words, it doesn't mean he'll always be a pushover. For example, this time he was taking advantage of the internal strife among the Jiangdong aristocratic families to seize territory. Peng Tong stood silently to the side, listening to Zhajin and Zhou Yu's conversation. He was somewhat sarcastic about Zhou Yu's actions. He had already said that Zhajin was also a genius, but Zhou Yu was still confident that he could subdue him. As a result, he was now being dragged around by Zhajin on some random, unrelated topic. He didn't even have a chance to change the subject. Sun Xie was exasperated. He was completely confused. Zhou Yu and Zhajin's conversation had little to do with current events. They talked about history 1 minute and customs the next, but nothing that Sun Xie wanted to hear. Gongjin, what are you talking about? After a long silence, Sun Xie could no longer accept that the other party was talking so eloquently, yet he couldn't understand a word they were saying. He finally spoke up out of desperation. A strange look flashed across Zhajin's face. Then his expression suddenly changed, and he glanced at Sun Xie, who looked displeased, and said, "Brother Gongjin and I are having a very pleasant conversation. Why are you interrupting our discussion?" "I can't understand a word they're saying," Sun Xie said, picking his ear. He had figured out that the other party had no intention of helping him, so he became nonchalant. After all, they weren't his type, so why should he tolerate them? Just because you don't understand doesn't mean Brother Gongjin doesn't understand. Just because you don't understand doesn't mean it's useless," Zhajin said coldly, clearly showing a hint of resentment, almost as if to say, "Who does Sun Xie think he is? Putting everything else aside, I'm at least literate and have received a systematic education. If even I can't understand this, how can the common people understand it?" Sun Xie said unhappily. "What use are you if the common people can't understand you?" "Oh, I didn't expect you to have such a perspective. An unusual look appeared on Zach Jin's face. Since you have such a perspective, may I ask, does the world belong to the aristocratic families or the common people? Eminent families are also common people. Upon hearing Zach Jin's question, Zhou Yu quickly answered on behalf of Sun Xie. If Sun Xie had answered, he would have said that the world belonged to the common people, which would not have been a good answer. Can what he said be taken seriously? Zach Jin asked, seeing the hesitation on Sun Xie's face. Yes, if Gongjin says yes, then I say yes. I'll be responsible for execution, and Gongjin will be responsible for planning. After being questioned by Zach Jin, Sun Xie no longer hesitated and said with a cold smile, "What if his plans go wrong?" Zach Jin asked Sun Xie, now showing some interest in the guy in front of him. "Humph, wrong. Even if I was wrong, it was still my fault. What's so great about it?" Sun Xie said domineeringly, as if to say, "So what if I made a mistake?" Zach Jin remained silent. He realized that Sun Xie also had something different about him. Putting aside everything else, his previous sentence alone was enough to make him a lord. Thinking back to when Zhou Yu interrupted Sun Xie's reply and Sun Xie showed no dissatisfaction, he knew that Sun Xie was not concerned with trivial matters, or rather, he was extremely tolerant of his subordinates. Alas, it's a pity that your sense of righteousness is too strong, and Yuan Gong's sense of righteousness is also too strong. You can't repay the favor. Otherwise, based on what you said earlier, you could have become a wise ruler," Zach Jin sighed. In this era, there are very few lords who dare to take responsibility for their subordinates. Even a wise ruler like Cao often had his subordinates take the blame when problems arose. There are very few who dare to take the blame themselves. Sun Xie's tone clearly indicated that he would take full responsibility for the mistakes of his subordinates. This shows that he was not afraid of making things worse and took all the blame. Lord Yuan has entrusted Bofu with full authority to handle military affairs in the 3 provinces, while I will assist him in handling political affairs, Zhou Yu immediately said. Zach Jin was stunned for a moment, then unconsciously put his left and right hands together, twisted his right hand hard with his left hand, and then slowly pulled his hands back as if nothing had happened. "I want to know how Lord Yuan's son died," Zach Jin said after scrutinizing Zhou Yu for a long time. He was tempted. It was a good thing to have a ruler who could take the blame. At least this kind of lord was loyal, and he would feel less pressure when doing some risky things. "It has nothing to do with us," Peng Tong said. "You should believe me. This was a complete accident, and the process was extremely bizarre. The way things have developed is also very strange." "I believe you," Zach Jin nodded and said. Then, under Sun Xie's puzzled gaze, he began to straighten his clothes. Under Sun Xie's even more incredulous gaze, he bowed to Sun Xie and said, "Zach Zi greets my lord." Chapter 654 The Final Test of Character. "Do you regret it?" Li Yu asked Zach Liang. "It's nothing. My brother chose the path he believed in, and at least before I came into contact with these truly core secrets, his choice was correct." "My brother has good judgment," Zach Liang said calmly. His expression was not as sorrowful as Li Yu had expected. His calm and composed demeanor made Li Yu feel a slight unease. Zhaoyang was too calm. Your brother chose his own path, but you know it's wrong. Doesn't he feel any remorse? Li Yu asked curiously. If my brother wanted to come, he would have already come. But since he didn't come, he must have his reasons. Since he has chosen his own path, why should I blame myself? I don't think my words can sway my brother's mind once he has made up his mind, Zhaoyang said indifferently. The information about Zhajian joining Sun Ce was obtained by Li Yu for Zhaoyang. Originally, Li Yu thought that Zhaoyang would have some special reaction, but now it seems that Zhaoyang is as calm as ever. Kong Ming, you are the most outstanding young man I have ever met. Your talent lies in your comprehension, without a doubt. However, your temperament is too aloof. There are very few situations that can make you waver, Li Yu said with a sigh. Zhaoyang remained noncommittal, simply looking calmly at Li Yu. He knew that Li Yu's personal visit to deliver the information to him was not to instruct Zhaoyang on matters concerning Zhajian. There must be something else at hand. Kong Ming, you excel at strategic maneuvering. I have a task for you and Zai. The two of you complement each other perfectly. What I need you to do is infiltrate Yuzhou and Yangzhou. Use your methods to suppress Sun Ce's rise and prevent them from doing anything else, Li Yu said gently. I will do my best. Zhaoyang frowned deeply and said after a long while, this matter is too difficult. Don't worry, we'll provide you with manpower support, Li Yu said with a smile. General Gan Xingba, Deputy General Tai Shizi, and Chen Shazi, a new recruit from Danyang, says who. I have command authority. Zhaoyang rarely showed a hint of surprise and doubt. How is that possible? Li Yu smiled and said, seeing the look of surprise and doubt on Zhaoyang's face. After all, Zhaoyang had not yet reached the point where he could not show his emotions. Zhaoyang nodded. He had been foolish before. Gan Ning was the real commander-in-chief of the navy. He himself had neither battle achievements nor qualifications, so how could he possibly give him command? However, if you can win them over and make them obey your commands, then that's beyond our control, Li Yu explained with a smile, seeing that Zhaoyang remained silent. Zhaoyang didn't respond, he was pondering something else. He noticed something interesting and, after a long pause, asked, Master Li, approximately how long will it take? What? Li Yu didn't react for a moment, then nodded. It's hard to say, but it won't take too long. When he and I are trying our best to resolve it, but things are happening too fast with Sun Ce and Jingxiang. We need to make some adjustments.
I have no problem with that. However, I would appreciate it if Master Li could help with the planning and construction of the market town outside the city, Zhuge Liang said respectfully to Li Yu.
According to our custom here, if we feel you are capable enough to govern a region, we will give you a folding fan. As he spoke, Li Yu took out a blood, red and gray, white tortoiseshell folding fan from his pocket and slowly opened it. The traces that looked like flowing blood were enveloped by a jade-like luster. This is my folding fan. Zishuang made many, but I fell in love with this one at first sight, Li Yu said with a smile. In Li Yu's eyes, the folding fan contained his dark past, his pale pain, and the endless bloodshed he had created, but not all of these were enveloped in a jade-like radiance. Similarly, Jiasu also carried a black ebony folding fan, which had almost no patterns, but Jiasu seemed to have a special affinity for it and always kept it on his person. In fact, when choosing folding fans, each person's character was revealed to some extent. Now it was Zhaoyang's turn to choose. Li Yu took out the remaining 10 or so folding fans. It is said that only about 20 were made in the first place, and now this is all that is left. Zhaoyang glanced at all the folding fans and vaguely felt that each fan had its own meaning, but none of them suited him. None of them are suitable for you. Li Yu could tell what Zhaoyang wanted to say just by looking into his eyes. None of them suit my temperament, Zhaoyang said calmly. I knew it. When Zishuan took out these fans, he said something like, these fans all have their own meaning. Being able to find a folding fan you like among them means that you are unparalleled in some way, Li Yu said with a sigh. You probably think I am joking. Li Yu saw the strange expression on Zhaoyang's face and sighed, but after observing for the past few years, Zishuan was right. He took the folding fan he wanted from here without damaging or losing it. In a way, it is truly unparalleled. Zishang's fan represents wealth and nobility, it looks very luxurious. Weishuo's fan represents fame, it looks simple, but it has a faint, lingering fragrance. My fan represents the past. When his fan represents hiding. As for the others, I won't say anything, you can figure it out by thinking about the fans they use. After speaking, Li Yu looked at Zhaoyang with a smile. He was curious to know what Zhaoyang would think after confirming that what he said was true. When Fa Zheng heard this, he was furious because he couldn't find a folding fan he liked. However, he immediately took one from Jiasu and replied, since there's no one I like, I'll just take any one. Since it's named after fate, then my ability is fate. In fact, distributing these items is the final test of one's character. Needless to say, Chen Shiyi roughly knew the character of each person in the first batch, so he naturally customized different folding fans for each person according to their character. When choosing, he also said that each fan had its own meaning, so when choosing, everyone received their favorite folding fan and felt that it had something similar to themselves. Just like Miju's luxurious folding fan, it was said to be a very luxurious one, and it was chosen according to one's temperament. The result was obvious. Lu Yan had self-awareness, so he chose the simplest one. As for Jiasu, who had a dark heart, it goes without saying that this was the reason for the accuracy. It was not because of the folding fan, but because of the people. I'd rather not take it. A folding fan doesn't define me. I am who I am. I'll just have one made when my wife arrives, Zhaoyang said calmly, shaking his head slightly, completely unfazed by Li Yu's words. Kong Ming, always maintain this mindset on the battlefield. I have nothing more to teach you. The rest is up to you in actual combat. Li Yu said with a gratified smile, having passed the final test. Chapter 655 What I Missed. Compared to Zhaoyang's first encounter with such matters, Fa Zheng was already used to Jiasu's unconventional ways. Chief Secretary Jia, what brings you here? Fa Zheng was at home with Zhang Ying when the gatekeeper came to say that Jiesu had come to see him. Fa Zheng was ready for a fight. Having been under Jiesu's thumb before, Fa Zheng was very wary of him. If Jiesu had come to see him, something big must have happened. Zai, I apologize for disturbing your time with your beautiful wife and concubines, Jiesu said insincerely. Fa Zheng rolled his eyes and invited Jiesu inside. He was already used to Jiesu's style. Why is Chief Secretary Jie here instead of staying home to train Lu Zijia?
Based on Fa Zheng's many years of experience, he knew that going around in circles with Jiesu would only lead to being betrayed, so Fa Zheng decisively went straight to the point.
This kid from the Zi family has already learned to study, so I don't have to keep an eye on him anymore. Jiesu couldn't help but smile as he thought about how Lu Yu was now getting along well with all the little guys from the various families in Mount Tai, and even Lu Xun, whom he had messed with before, was now getting along with harmoniously. Fa Zheng curled his lip. Lu Yu was definitely treating the younger generation of each family like monkeys. That guy was really talented in this area, and he had already learned 3/10 of Jiesu's true teachings. How did this turn into talking about that guy? I'm here to assign you some tasks. You should know Gan Xingba pretty well, right? Jiesu asked. Yet, we're pretty familiar. Fa Zheng nodded. Gan Ning was a bit of a goofball, but easy to get along with. All the civil and military officials in Mount Tai had a pretty good relationship with Gan Ning, and Fa Zheng had a lot of contact with Gan Ning because of some things. That's good. This task involves you assisting Gan Xingba in suppressing Yuzhou. Also, you need to contact Yizhu and bring Gan Xingba's clansmen out. Jiesu nodded and began to assign the task to Fa Zheng. Fa Zheng was taken aback. What kind of mission was this? It was inexplicable, and what did it mean to contact Yizhu? Given Lu Bei's current strength, if Gan Ning wanted to take his clansman, Lu Zhang, with his weak personality, wouldn't stop him at all. After pondering for a long time and going through the whole matter, Fa Zheng said, I accept. I'll ask Chief Secretary Jie to help me with the rest of my official duties. Yizhu, the land of abundance. Humph. Fa Zheng wasn't stupid. Although he hadn't gone to Jiesu to get new information from all sides for the past half-month, the fact that Jiesu mentioned Yizhu meant that some unpredictable changes had occurred there. After a little thought, he understood what had happened. This is to let me find out about the situation in Yizhu, to see if I can find an opportunity to slip by, or at least make contact with Lu Zhang's officials in Yizhu. Fa Zheng thought to himself. Although the official in charge didn't quite understand why Lu Zhang, whom they believed would only stay in Yizhu and wait to die, would suddenly send troops, since he had already done so, he decided to take the opportunity to directly assess the strength of Yizhu and prepare for pacifying the world in the future. Don't worry, I'll find someone to handle your official duties after you leave. Jiesu nodded, knowing that Fa Zheng would understand what he wanted him to do. Fa Zheng was stunned for a moment, then scared half to death. Please don't let Lu Zijia and Lu Boyan do it for me, that's going to be a matter of life and death. Jiesu's face darkened. He couldn't possibly be that unreliable, could he? Sending 2 12 or 13-year-olds to do this kind of thing. He glared at Fa Zheng. I have other candidates, recommended by Zishuan. The idea is to have Wenru train them first, and then hand them over to Zijing for further in-depth training. This is great. Another one from the Department of Internal Affairs. And if we train them this way, won't they become another Zhao Liang? Fa Zheng was excited at first, but then he realized that this was exactly how they were being trained. Thinking of Zhao Liang's expression, Fa Zheng wanted to punch someone. Probably, Jiasu said vaguely. He hadn't seen the person either, but only heard that Chen Shiyi wrote a letter to Liu Bei, who then passed it on to Li Yu. However, this is good news. Only with a strong enough foundation can we have an easier time. Fa Zheng pursed his lips. He had always wanted to tell Jiasu that being too relaxed meant he would be eliminated, but he had never said it. He didn't believe that Jiasu couldn't see through such a realistic thing. In Fa Zheng's view, Mount Tai's current fighting strength is sufficient, and there is no need to continue to build up its reserves. Is there any enemy in the world that they cannot deal with? This is different from when they attacked Sushu a year ago and had to worry about the Yuan family joining forces. Now, even if the Yuan family joins forces, they will not be able to control them. Zai, there are so many interesting things in this world. Don't be so narrow-minded. This time, I've made you Xingba's military advisor so that you can learn about other things. Don't just focus on the Central Plains. The oath of our Lord cannot be contained in the Central Plains. Jiasu patted Fa Zheng and said with a smile. Fa Zheng frowned, wanting to ask, but stopped himself in the end. All right, I'll go see what it is. But let me make this clear first. I think my actual mission is to help the two imperial relatives of Jingzhou and Yizhu to restrain Yuan Shu and suppress his development in the south. It's not Yuan Shu anymore. You've been spending too much time at home with your beautiful wives and concubines lately and haven't been in touch with the outside world much. Yu Province, Jing Province, and Yang Province are now under Sun Xi's control, Jiasu said with a sigh. Although Jiasu had long known that Sun Xi would take center stage, he never expected things to turn out this way. He had originally intended to force Sun Xi to break with Yuan Shu, thus tarnishing Sun Xi's reputation, diminishing his attractiveness to talent, and so on.
The current situation is completely beyond Jiasu's expectations. He suddenly realized that he was careless when he asked Zisu the question. Unfortunately, that wild all-knowing person is no longer here.
No way. Fa Zheng's face clearly said, you must be joking. I also hoped it was a joke, but it turned out to be true, otherwise I wouldn't have asked you to handle it, Jiasu said helplessly, and then recounted the whole incident to Fa Zheng. The story of Sun Xi inheriting Yuan Shu's power was so convoluted and bizarre that it completely exceeded Fa Zheng's imagination. He finally understood what it meant for reality to be even more absurd than fiction. How could the outside world have become so ridiculous in just over 10 days without him learning about what was happening outside? Actually, there's something even more absurd. Anyway, it's a huge mistake that you haven't come to check the intelligence lately. Jiasu smirked. We've taken Yanzhou. Pfft, how is this possible? It hasn't even been a month. Fa Zheng said incredulously. What have I missed in these past few days? Chapter 656. Being too smart isn't good either. The methods of intelligence transmission in this era were ancient and slow. Without special channels, it was virtually impossible to obtain intelligence from another state. For example, the battle between Liu Bei and Yuan Shao could almost determine the fate of the country, but the people in the south were either unaware of it or not. You've missed out on quite a lot, Jiasu nodded and said. Stop indulging in women. Go and build your own achievements. Don't you want to be like Zishuan, dressed in the robes of a feudal lord to marry your wife? Fa Zheng remained silent. He had indeed become lax since Zhang Ying returned, and the reason was obvious. Now, after being reminded by Jiasu, he instantly realized that it was not yet time for him to slack off. I request that Chief Secretary Jia have someone send me a systematic copy of all the major events happening in the world every 3 days, Fa Zheng said calmly, regaining his fighting spirit. Don't worry, we'll provide it whenever you need it. Kuo Fengxiao made this suggestion when he went to the north, but later found it troublesome and only took the relevant intelligence from the north. Unless there's a major event in the south, there's no need to notify him. Jiasu nodded. Seeing that Fachhan's expression was calm, he then said meaningfully, Kong Ming has long had the habit of regularly reviewing intelligence, and he reviews intelligence from all sides of the world every 3 days, and he reads important intelligence on the same day. This guy, Fa Zheng muttered to himself with dissatisfaction, he's really annoying, but that's normal, that's the real Zhao. It seems you and Kong Ming aren't so at odds anymore, Jia when he nodded and said. After our generation, the outstanding ones will be you and Kong Ming. Putting aside everything else, Kong Ming will definitely succeed Zai Jing. And after me or Feng Xiao, you will definitely succeed him. Get along well with Kong Ming. I knew things wouldn't be that simple. Kong Ming is going to, right? Don't worry, I won't cause trouble for him, Fa Zheng said, looking annoyed. After mentioning Zhao earlier, Fa Zheng had guessed that Zhao would probably go as well. That's good. Talk to him more. I think you two can actually complement each other. Jiasu patted Fa Zheng on the shoulder, then realized and sighed, You've grown so tall in the blink of an eye. Fa Zheng rolled his eyes. What did he mean by he grew so tall in the blink of an eye and complimenting Zhao? How unreliable would someone have to be to say such a thing? When he was with Zhao, he could control his impulses at first, but after a while, it was already a sign of his deep understanding that they didn't fight. Jiasu shook his head and said nothing more. The discord between Zhao and Fa Zheng was something they had to resolve themselves. Although they all believed that if Zhao and Fa Zheng worked together in harmony, they would be a perfect match and their combined strength would be far greater than if they were alone, the two of them just couldn't stand each other. After Jiasu left, Fa Zheng quickly went to instruct Zhang Ying, and then brought back his sister-in-law, Wang Yi. Wang Yi was very happy after arriving in Mount Tai and had no intention of returning to Fufeng. Fa Zheng also never mentioned going back. Although he held grudges, he was very good to his own people, and naturally treated his sister-in-law, who had brought his wife to him, with great kindness. The desolation of the Yongyang and Fufeng areas could hardly compare to the prosperity of Mount Tai. Mount Tai Fengjiao is currently the most prosperous city in the world, and naturally, Wang Yi was quickly captivated by its splendor after arriving. Furthermore, Fa Zheng never cared about Wang Yi's spending, and over this period, Wang Yi had developed a habit of spending his days shopping with several servants. Compared to Zhang Ying's concern upon learning that Fa Zheng was leaving Mount Tai for military duties, Wang Yi was much more carefree. That's how it is. I might not be able to come back until summer. When I return, I will marry you, Fa Zheng reassured Zhang Ying.
Brother-in-law, my sister and I will miss you. Remember to bring me gifts when you come back, Wang Yi said without any worry.
Yes, I will bring some gifts for Ying and you. However, your sister has a gentle personality, so if I'm not there when people from Fufeng come, you'll have to handle things. Fa Zheng said calmly, and Wang Yi's words casually dispelled Zhang Ying's worries. Don't worry, brother-in-law. Once the Zhang family arrives, they'll definitely stay put. Remember to bring back gifts. I'll make sure Sister Zhang looks beautiful for your wedding, Wang Yi said calmly. Although she was somewhat blinded by the glitz and glamour and her IQ had dropped a bit, she was still a woman of exceptional talent and understood many things clearly. Ying Er, when I am not home, you can buy whatever your cousin wants. Although the Fa family is a small family, we are not short of money. Fa Zheng knew very well that if you want a horse to run, you have to feed it. Zhang Ying was thrifty and hard-working, which was completely different from Wang Yi's uninhibited personality. He was afraid that Zhang Ying would restrict Wang Yi when he was not home. And you, when I'm not home, if anyone bullies you, don't just think about solving it yourself. Remember to run back first, tell my doorman, and then have him take you to Man Boning of the Ministry of Justice. Fa Zheng turned to Wang Yi and said. He wasn't worried about his wife. Unless Wang Yi dragged her away, Zhang Ying would never leave the house. Only Wang Yi often went out to play. Oh, Wang Yi said, drawing out the words. Was she really that unreliable? Suddenly, I realized that Zhao Liang, that bastard, doesn't need any instructions. Having a wild girl at home is always worrying. I finally understand how Mrs. Hong felt. Fa Zheng sighed as he looked at Wang Yi, who spoke well but clearly didn't remember much. Never mind, do you want to be an official? Fa Zheng said helplessly. Compared to Mi Zhen, at least in Fa Zheng's opinion, Wang Yi was still very reliable. If you want, I can get you a position as a female official. Is this even possible? Wang Yi asked in surprise. She realized that she had been a little naive before, and her brother-in-law was really helpful. Just tell me if you want to be an official or not, Fa Zheng said helplessly. It was good to trick Wang Yi into becoming an official, at least someone would be watching over him. Moreover, he found that Wang Yi would do whatever he was told and rarely went back on his word. It's not going to be serving tea and water, is it? Wang Yi asked, her eyes darting around. She was very interested in becoming a lady in waiting, but she was much smarter than Mi Zhen. She had already blocked those lady in waiting positions that were like menial tasks. The purpose of those lady in waitings was simply to make themselves known to officials so that they could find a suitable one to marry off. Fa Zheng didn't say anything. He really wanted to fool Wang Yi and trick her into going, so that he wouldn't have to worry about Wang Yi being scammed while traveling. Seeing the look of disdain on Wang Yi's face, Fa Zheng sighed inwardly, thinking that being too smart was not a good thing. It would be better if he were a little more naive.
Chapter 657 A Seed Planted Unintentionally.
Fa Zheng coughed twice. Of course not. Zhao Kongming has important military and political duties, and Wang Shazi went to Yanzhou. Would you like to be Lu Zijing's scribe? You know who Lu Zijing is, right? Although Wang Yi didn't have many opportunities to interact with the officials of Mount Tai, how could she not know who built Mount Tai when she spent her days wandering around Fengjiao? Lu Su deserved half the credit, so in Wang Yi's mind, Lu Su became a wise middle-aged man with white hair and beard. I know, I can be his scribe. Wang Yi asked excitedly. It should be possible. I'll take you to ask him in a bit. He should give me some face. Fa Zheng looked up at the sky and estimated for a moment before saying this. After all, Wang Yi was literate, intelligent, and wrote beautifully. It shouldn't be a problem for him to be a clerk. Wow, you're so popular. Wang Yi asked excitedly. After all, she had only been in Taishan for a little over half a month, while Fa Zheng had been staying at home cultivating their relationship after picking up Zhang Ying. Fa Zheng rolled his eyes, thinking to himself that there shouldn't be any problem handing this guy over to Zijing. Normally, with her intelligence, it wouldn't be a problem for me to recommend her for a minor official position. It's just a pity she's a girl, but that makes things even simpler. After giving Zhang Ying his instructions, Fa Zheng took Wang Yi out and soon arrived at the Government Affairs Hall. The guards bowed slightly when they saw Fa Zheng. Menkong, are Zijing and the others inside? Fa Zheng asked. It had been a bit cold lately, and Fa Zheng was not sure whether Lu Su was at home or in the government office. Governor Lu, Chief Clerk Li just arrived this afternoon and is currently handing over administrative duties to Chief Clerk Zhao, Su Ding said with a resolute expression. That was the only expression on his face. Following behind Fa Zheng, Wang Yi became much more cautious as Fa Zheng entered the Government Affairs Hall, afraid of accidentally causing Fa Zheng any trouble. Although Wang Yi could tell that Fa Zheng seemed to hold a high official position here, she didn't want to inadvertently cause him any trouble, even though she was well aware of Fa Zheng's usual arrogance.
Zijing, Li Sure, coming. Fa Xiong saw the three people tidying up as soon as he entered the room and habitually raised his hand.
Zai, you've arrived. It seems when he has already handed over military affairs to you, which has disturbed your time with your wife to cultivate your relationship, Li Yu said calmly. I'll give you a month's leave later. Forget it, none of that matters. I came to ask Zijing for help. Fa Zheng waved his hand dismissively, addressing Lu Su, who had stopped his official duties. Speak, what is it that you can't solve? Lu Su looked up and smiled. Wang Yi then noticed the young man sitting at the head of the table. He was wearing a dark blue scholar's robe and was organizing a stack of documents. His calm demeanor made him quite likable, and he didn't seem like a middle-aged man at all. This was very different from the image she had in mind. There are many things I can't resolve. I have military duties that require me to leave Mount Tai. So someone needs to look after the family. Fa Zheng casually grabbed a chair and sat down, which made Wang Yi's eyebrows twitch. This action could reveal a lot about the situation. You don't need to worry about such things, Lu Su said with a smile. Even if you don't say anything, there won't be any problems. Yes, this is my cousin. She has a gentle and refined personality. She's literate and virtuous. Fa Zheng started by praising her. Actually, he didn't know much about Wang Yi, only that she was indeed literate. That was all he knew, but at this moment, he was just exaggerating. This humble servant, Wang Yi, greets Governor Lu, Chief Clerk Li, and Chief Clerk Zuch. Wang Yi curtsied gracefully. Although she was shocked that Lu Su was so young, this was not the time to be shocked. Stop with the pleasantries, get straight to the point. You tricked me last time into having Gong Yu build the road next to you, which made me replan everything. Lu Su glanced at Fa Zheng, completely unfazed by her beauty. After all, Lu Su often saw Mi Zhen and Zhen Mi, so he was quite immune to beautiful women. My cousin wants to be a female official. Are there any positions available here? Fa Zheng got straight to the point. Yes, there are plenty. Cai Zheji's side is still lacking many female officials to manage the library. It's a very leisurely place there, and you can read books. Cai Zheji will also give them some guidance. Lu Su introduced Cai Zheji's side to Wang Yi without thinking. Most of the female officials were under her command. It is said that the daughters or sisters of the officials of Mount Tai are all with Cai Zheji. Only she can easily suppress this group of people who are either noble ladies from aristocratic families or descendants of high-ranking officials. If it were that simple, I would have sent her over already. She wants to be a clerk. Fa Zheng sighed. Just make sure she gets a clerk position in Mount Tai and doesn't run around. At this moment, Fa Zheng's gaze slowly swept over Wang Yi, and then looked at Lu Su. Instantly, Lu Su understood. Wasn't this the same as Mi Zhu's request? The main purpose was not to make her a female official, but to have someone keep an eye on her and prevent her from running around. After understanding the implication, Lu Su deliberately showed a thoughtful expression that Wang Yi could clearly see. After a long while, he said, "It's fine to let her be a clerk, but it's not good for a woman to follow someone else. Besides, she's your cousin. In that case, let her be a clerk here. Thank you for taking care of me, Zijing." Fetchhan expressed his gratitude with an upright expression. He knew that Lu Su, that nice old man, would think that he was thinking the same way as Mizu back then when he saw his expression.
Why must we be like this? It just so happens that Shuji has gone to Yanzhou, and Kangming has to leave on important business. I happen to be short of scribes here, Lu Su said with a smile, but Li Yu and Zhuge Liang had already silently turned their heads away.
Sigh, Zijing is such a kind old man. Li Yu silently turned his head. He had already figured out Fetchhan's original purpose. A gentleman can be deceived by his principles. Zhuge and Fa Zheng often disagreed, so naturally he understood Fa Zheng quite well and could easily see through Fa Zheng's true thoughts. Just come here on time tomorrow, and do whatever he asks you to do. Fa Zheng turned to Wang Yi, who was in a blissful state, and instructed him. I will work hard. Wang Yi said with a happy face. She suddenly realized that being a good wife and mother was not very effective. It turned out that she could still become an official. After having this thought, a seed took root and sprouted in Wang Yi's heart. Zijing, keep a close eye on things. Fazhen conveyed a message to Lu Su with his eyes. To be honest, Fazhen's main purpose was to have Lu Su keep an eye on Wang Yi, so that Wang Yi wouldn't be deceived or make bad friends. As the eldest brother, even if he was a bit of a fool, he would still be reliable when it came to his younger siblings. Don't worry, don't worry. Lu Su gave Fa Zheng a look to reassure him. Chapter 658. Ignoring it all. While the two were exchanging glances, no one realized that Wang Yi and Mi Zhen were completely different types, and also completely different from Cai Yan. Although both were talented women, Cai Yan was proficient in elegant things like playing the zither, chess, calligraphy, and painting, while Wang Yi was proficient in strategy, tactics, and politics. This woman was not here to slack off, but to actually do something meaningful. There was no rule that women were barred from holding official positions in this era, but few women held high-ranking civil service positions. Most were minor officials in charge of serving, catering, or etiquette. Perhaps some women do possess abilities comparable to top-tier civil officials, but they lack the opportunity to showcase their talents. Wang Yi didn't know if she had the ability in political affairs, but since she had finally seized this opportunity, she wouldn't let it slip away. Perhaps proving herself was a good idea. After Fa Zheng led Wang Yi out of the government affairs hall, Wang Yi was still in a state of overflowing happiness. Fa Zheng couldn't help but dampen Wang Yi's spirits, still daydreaming. Tomorrow you will follow Zi Jing and study hard. Don't go out and play around. By the way, if you mess around and Zi Jing fires you, I won't be responsible for you. I won't be fired, I absolutely won't let you down, Wang Yi said confidently to Fa Zheng. Don't worry, even if you do a terrible job, you won't embarrass me, Fa Zheng said nonchalantly. You're not a boy, so it's only natural that you mess it up. Fa Zheng had no idea that these words dealt a heavy blow to Wang Yi, but it was precisely because of these words that Wang Yi made up her mind to make Fa Zheng treat her differently. I'll get you a certificate for the library later. It seems Zijing is planning to build water conservancy projects again. Go and find out a bit about it. That way you won't be unable to understand anything that guy says, Fa Zheng said casually. There are all sorts of books inside. You can browse around as you like, just don't damage them. If anyone asks you, just say you're a new female official. Fa Zheng didn't really care what Wang Yi was capable of or whether he was suitable to be a scribe. For Fa Zheng, the only thing he needed to do was find someone to keep an eye on Wang Yi. Although Wang Yi had raised the level of guarding him after suspecting him, in essence, nothing had changed. Incidentally, Lu Su was the same. He didn't care whether Wang Yi could do these things, was capable of doing them, or was suitable for doing them. He was simply helping Fa Zheng look after Wang Yi, and it's worth noting that he didn't even care about Wang Yi's age. If it were truly a selection of officials, and Fa Zheng had brought in a man, Lu Su would at least have conducted a thorough examination. Even a genius like Zhaoyang was carefully examined and only recruited after he turned 14. Wang Yi's casual recruitment was largely due to the fact that no one treated her as an official. Li Yu and Zhaoyang both ignored her, and these two are known for their adherence to the law. Their casual approach implied they didn't take it seriously either. In fact, Wang Yi herself was the only one who took it seriously. Okay, Wang Yi said excitedly. She was still in high spirits and greatly admired Fa Zheng for helping her get her official position. Naturally, she would obey his advice and planned to go back and learn carefully about the things to pay attention to when building water conservancy projects. Fa Zheng had no idea how much trouble he would be in the future by appointing Wang Yi to an official position just to save himself some trouble. Sometimes, women truly are just as capable as men. After taking Wang Yi to Cai Yan to obtain a library card, Fa Zheng's matter was basically resolved. Cai Yan's calm, intellectual, and scholarly demeanor, coupled with her stunning beauty and subtle sadness, held an absolute power over both men and women. She surpassed them in every aspect: talent, appearance, and temperament. At least for now, before they fully matured and experienced life, the gap between Cai Yan and Mi Zhen and Zhen Mi was still significant.
Naturally, Wang was also attracted by Kai Yan's temperament and obediently left Fa Zheng to follow behind Kai Yan. It is said that this was the first time Wang had seen so many women in the half-month since he came to Mount Tai, and most of them were very beautiful, which made Wang feel like he had found his tribe.
Master Cai, I would like to ask you to discipline my cousin, Fa Zheng said respectfully. Compared to others, even Fa Zheng put away his usual carefree attitude when facing Cai Yan. Yes, I will take care of your sister, Cai Yan said gently. Although she was only a few years older than Wang Yi and the others, she usually acted as an elder. After giving Wang Yi a few instructions, Fa Zheng quickly left the place that made him feel uncomfortable. He was also afraid of Cai Yan, not because she was a jinx, but because it was like a bad student meeting a good student in middle school. He vaguely felt that it was better not to see her if possible. After throwing Wang Yi over the wall, Fa Zheng went straight to Gan Ning outside the city, intending to freeload. Compared to Zhao Liang's integrity, Fa Zheng had no problem getting free food and drink. Xingba, I've come to pledge my allegiance to you. Fa Zheng's shamelessness was evident in the fact that he started calling out to Gan Ning even before he had rushed into the camp. Zai Zai. Soon Gan Ning and Tai Shi Ci arrived together. They did not reprimand Fa Zheng for his behavior at all. Gan Ning had long been used to Fa Zheng's behavior. In fact, when they first arrived, Fa Zheng was the only one who acted foolishly with Gan Ning. Xingba, whether I get rewarded or suffer in the first half of this year depends on you. You have to be reliable. I'm still waiting to get married, brother. Fa Zheng jumped off the carriage and put his arm around Gan Ning's shoulder, then greeted Tai Shi Ci. Don't worry, with me, Gan Xingba, you can rest assured. Gan Ning readily took charge. It's just about returning to Yizhu in style, right? Don't worry, no one will dare to stop my big ship from sailing there. As for the wedding, someone as generous as me will never skimp on the bride price. Yes, yes, you're rich, living off the sea. Fa Zheng gave a thumbs up. When it comes to dowry money, Gan Ning always practically admits he's a country bumpkin, but even a country bumpkin throwing money around is quite a sight. Although the Mi family is wealthy, it's not easy for them, who are in the land trade, to acquire a whole bushel of pearls of various colors. That's the advantage of the terrain. Come, come, let's drink. After we break camp today, it'll be hard to drink anymore. Gan Ning chuckled as he filled the cups for Tai Shi Ci, Fa Zheng, and Mi Fang. Zai, you don't know what money is, damn it. Last year I spent so much time finding the place the strategist mentioned. When I got there, I almost lost control of myself. Amidst the clinking of glasses, without using his inner energy to suppress his urges, Gan Ning quickly became quite drunk. With Fa Zheng in front of him, he had no more reservations and directly revealed the secret he had kept hidden in his heart. Wow, you actually lost your temper. How much money did it cost? Fa Zheng said with a smile, habitually assuming that Gan Ning was bragging. I estimate it's at least 1,000 times more than my family's, and it's in cash, Mi Fang said, her face twitching as she picked up the wine glass. Chapter 659. Trouble arises from the simplest incident. Fa Zheng hadn't even reacted to Mi Fang's words yet, since Mi Fang's presence was very low key. Most people thought of Mizu when they thought of the Mi family. Alas, you have no idea what kind of place we went to last year. Taishi Ci put down his wine cup on the table and sighed, looking on with admiration. Truly, one cannot know the vastness of the world without stepping outside. Don't leave things unsaid, continued. What did you see? Fa Zheng asked curiously, suppressing his drunkenness with his mental energy. Only then did he realize what Mi Fang meant by 1,000 times the family fortune, and it was in cash. How could that be? Gan Ning put down his wine glass and began to recount what had happened last year. Last year, Gan Ning's main task was to send prisoners to Yizhu. After sending the prisoners, he took on Chen 11's mission to investigate in the south. In fact, it was almost winter at that time, and the sea in the north had already frozen. Gan Ning was happy to go to the south to take advantage of the situation. With the order in place, Gan Ning and Taishi Ci organized all the ships, towed enough supply ships, and set off with some feng shui masters, carrying a map drawn by Chen Shiyi that was not sure if it was correct. It's said that Gan Ning and Taishi Ci were lucky to survive, while Mi Fang was a typical coward. After realizing that the nautical chart in Gan Ning's possession was not reliable at all, he decisively prepared a large number of supply ships. Since Gan Ning's large ships had towing capabilities and they weren't going to fight, Mi Fang towed many small ships instead. After setting off, things were relatively reliable in Yizhu and Kiangshu. However, once Gan Ning actually went to sea, he realized that the Yangtze River was nothing compared to what he had seen before. On the open sea, if you encountered a storm and the clouds didn't clear, you would definitely die. Even if the clouds cleared, it didn't guarantee your survival. In those fierce storms, even internal energy leaving the body was useless amidst lightning and thunder. After being ravaged by the storms several times, Gan Ning discovered that all 5,000 soldiers under his command had acquired internal energy. Even the boatmen had gained internal energy, and his own strength had also improved considerably during the numerous battles against the storms. Of course, Mi Fang, the lazy and irresponsible logistics supervisor, also broke through to the qi refining stage after being battered by the great storms several times. After all, anyone would fight desperately if they saw the mast that was tied to them being blown off by a great storm. If you were blown out at that time, unless your internal energy left your body, you would only drown. To be honest, Chen Shiyi had a moment of confusion. The map he drew had some problems. It should have started from Yizhu and headed south, but Gan Ning, guessing from the map, went south from Kyanja, resulting in them taking a lot of unnecessary detours. Fortunately, they finally found the theoretical Luzon that Chen Shiyi had mentioned.
As for why it didn't match the map, Gang Ning, Taishu Xi, and the others still believed that Chengxi was looking for this large island. The reason was quite simple. After all the feng shui masters had investigated the island, they all had one feeling. The island was made of metal and was full of mineral veins.
The island was rich in copper and iron ore deposits, so much so that Gan Ning could see them with his own eyes. It was essentially a giant mining site. Money blinds the eyes. With such a vast mineral deposit right in front of Gan Ning and his men, some captains even suggested abandoning their plans to return to the Central Plains and instead live off this gold mine for the rest of their lives. They envisioned themselves ruling this place, with Gan Ning as their leader. Unfortunately, Gan Ning only briefly considered the idea before dismissing it. Without the Central Plains, guarding these things would be useless, especially since Chen Shiyi had pointed out this island. Chen Shiyi naturally had his own reasons. At least Gan Ning didn't believe he could hold on to the island simply by occupying it. Taishi Ci, however, prioritized filial piety and righteousness. His resolve remained unshaken. He was extremely filial, and with his mother still alive, he naturally did not want to stay in such a place. As for money, Taishi Ci did not find the idea of having more than enough to spend meaningful. As for Mi Feng, he was the most composed. Although he was amazed that the copper mine here could generate 1,000 times more wealth than his family, he was not tempted at all. In this life, he had never suffered from being poor. The Mi family's money was more than enough for Mi Feng. No one cared if the Mi family even subsidized the army. Although many of the Navy's soldiers were greedy for money, the three men's strong suppression ultimately had no significant impact. Of course, those captains and crew members who loved money to the point of risking their lives all stayed on the island at Gan Yan's suggestion, and were given enough weapons and equipment to guard the island. As for the ships, they were all taken away. Of course, the Feng Shui master was also very pleased with those crew members who stayed behind, as it was all their own choice and everyone was very satisfied. When Gan Ning returned, he remade the nautical chart, making it much easier to go there again. When passing through the Jiaozhou Nangnu area, he made a mutually beneficial deal with the local tribal chief, who once again warmly welcomed Gan Ning and Mi Feng. They traded glassware, porcelain, silk, tea, and other local specialties for a large amount of supplies, jewelry, coral, ivory, rhinoceros horn, spices, and other local products. Then, shamelessly, they towed a huge amount of timber by boat. Only then could Gan Ning, Taishi Ci, and the others embark on their arduous journey. Porcelain, silk, tea, and glassware were extremely popular in the southern Yu region. In addition, Mi Feng collected everything. If there were no rare items like jewels and coral, spices would do. If there were no spices, he would cut down a tree if he had the strength. After all, there was plenty of precious wood in the southern Yu region. Mi Feng said he would make 10 times the profit and would collect anything. Upon arrival at Qingzhou port, the goods were unloaded locally. Mi Feng converted the goods to cash, and the Mi family exchanged the cash for cash after receiving the goods. those who were willing to pay on the spot were given directly to the soldiers, while those who were willing to send the goods to their families were sent back by the Mi family. This purely welfare-oriented business was only handled by the Mi family in the entire Taishan Qingxiu region. In addition to these soldiers, some merchants also paid money to the Mi family to ensure their safety, entrusting the money to the Mi family for safekeeping. The Mi family would provide receipts, and the money would be collected upon arrival at the destination. The Mi family would not take a single penny. To be honest, this was originally a support program that the Mi family provided to some familiar merchants, but after Mizu became the president of the Taishan Chamber of Commerce, it became a benefit that Mizu provided to all members. With Mizu's financial backing, no one doubted that the Mi family would cheat them, so they were all happy to enjoy it. Anyone else would be on edge if they were carrying a cart full of money, but with a ticket, it was easy to deal with them no matter where they hid it. Of course, after signs of such a transfer of funds appeared in the Mi family, Chen Shiyi decisively dismissed Mizu and took over the management himself. If the Chamber of Commerce continues to develop in such a chaotic manner, money shops will soon emerge. However, it is not yet time for such things to appear. Therefore, the Taishan government has taken over this matter. It is still nominally under the Mi family name, but the substance has changed. The change in the core of the problem resulted in merchants having more confidence. The Taishan government was more reliable than the Mi family, so there was less to worry about. As a result, more people did this, and naturally, more money was intercepted in the same amount of time. Over time, even if Lu Su didn't understand before, he now understood why Chen Shiyi had to sell Mizu. Chapter 660 The differences between the two. Fa Zheng listened to Gan Ning and the other two's story in silence. After a long while, he said with a sigh, "Now I realize how vast the world is, and I understand why Master Li and Master Jia said they hated the injustice of heaven. Yes, it is so unfair. Where in our great Han kingdom is there such a place? We never have enough money." Sigh. Mi Fang sighed. He didn't know what Jia Su and Li Yu had said, but Fa Zheng's words about the unfairness of heaven made him feel the same way. Master Li is right. If heaven doesn't grant it, I will take it myself. We'll plant our flag there, and that will be our land. Fa Zheng nodded with pride. In fact, the officials of the Han dynasty at this time all had a sense of pride in the strength of the Han dynasty. Even when there was internal strife in the Han dynasty, they never doubted their own strength to defeat the Hu people.
Don't worry, don't worry. Don't be fooled by my 1,000+ men's greed for money. Those 1,000+ soldiers are enough to take over that area, Gan Ning said confidently. No matter how they change, they can't change their bloodline. Han people are Han people.
Fa Zheng nodded. 8,000 fully armored Han soldiers would be an astonishing force anywhere outside the Central Plains. For example, the Wuji colonel who suppressed the 36 kingdoms of the western regions only had less than 2,000 men. I'll also go out and see the world when I have the chance. It is pointless to keep focusing on the Central Plains. Our preparations at Mount Tai are beyond the imagination of any other warlord. It is just a pity, though. According to my estimation, the area that the Han dynasty can rule is only about 10 days' worth of intelligence. Fa Zheng sighed and said, If a message cannot be delivered within 10 days, or an army cannot arrive within 100 days, then even a rebellion cannot be quelled. This is the crucial factor limiting the territorial scope of an empire. Gong Gaiyu is repairing roads to solve this problem, although roads don't significantly improve the speed of intelligence transmission. However, they greatly increase the speed of the army's march, Gan Ning commented habitually, before realizing what he meant. He should pretend he didn't know any of this. Ahem, I heard this from Zai Jing. Although Fa Zheng had some doubts, he did not ask any further questions. He nodded and continued to chat with Gan Ning and the others to build rapport. He returned to Fengjiao as night fell, intending to spend the night at home. Meanwhile, Zhao continued his diligent studies, a stark contrast to Fa Zheng's relaxed approach. The cautious Zhao had already begun to familiarize himself with the 4 provinces of Yu, Yang, Jing, and Yi. Phew, Yizhu is really troublesome. This was Zhao feeling after reviewing the rudimentary intelligence about Yizhu over the past few years. Yizhu was tightly closed off, giving outsiders no chance to understand it at all. It seems the most crucial part of this military operation is obtaining intelligence on Yizhu. Zhao silently closed the intelligence report, frowning as he thought. It seems this is a precautionary measure. Lu Zhang of Yizhu is weak-willed and, despite being a member of the imperial family, he is still a powerful figure. If our Lord can conquer all under heaven, he could eventually win Lu Zhang's allegiance with a single envoy. However, given Lu Zhang's similarly weak character, it's highly likely that Yizhu will be seized by someone else. So, is it wise to make plans early? Zhao cautiously analyzed the situation, taking in the potential enemies of Lu Zhang from all sides, and finally his gaze settled on Hong Hong. He couldn't help but think, if we can eliminate Zhang Lu, Lu Zhang can probably serve as a defensive dog. But if I can't even take back Hong Hong, I'm afraid I need to make preparations soon. Husband, please rest. Zhang Ying from the Fa family brought Fa Zheng a bowl of ginseng soup and said after watching him finish drinking it. Ah, go to sleep, go to sleep. We can study it later and just deal with it as it comes. What kind of intelligence is this? It's completely useless. Fa Zheng said somewhat frantically, then put his arm around Zhang Ying and went to bed. Fa Zheng didn't have the same patience as Zhao. He was better at adapting to changing circumstances. After reading the intelligence about Yizhu, Fa Zheng had only one feeling: Yizhu was closed off and xenophobic. He didn't have any other thoughts, so he decided to wait until he met the people from Yizhu to decide on his next move. The next day, Fa Zheng and Zhao appeared before Gan Ning in high spirits. Then, the group traveled by water to Sushu, intending to meet up with Chen Dao, replenish their troops, launch a feigned attack on Yuzhou, and actually send troops to Yanzhou, leave Sushu empty, and make preparations to befriend the two Lius. Zhao noticed these things as soon as he arrived in Sushu. After Zhao Yan's white horse cavalry was transferred, he was now going to transfer Chen Dao's semi-finished white feather elite troops trained by the Daniang elites. Apart from Zhang Fei's army, there were actually not many regular troops from Mount Tai left in the entire Sushu. Zhao was also familiar with Zhang Fei's personality. Although he could be meticulous at times, he was still reckless, Moreover, Zhang Fei had a volatile side. Was it really okay to have Zhang Fei stationed in Sashu? Kong Ming, are you worried about General Zhang? Fetchhan asked with a smile. General Zhang is suited for charging into battle, not for holding down a position, Zhuliang said solemnly. Moreover, the powerful families of Sashu have many grievances against us, and I'm afraid General Zhang has been framed. I suggested that General Zhang be stationed in Sashu a long time ago, Fa Zheng said, glancing at Zhuliang.
This is not appropriate, Zhuge Liang said, frowning.
No, quite the opposite. Only with General Zhang around do the powerful families of Sashu dare to act, Fa Zheng said with a sneer. General Zhang can grasp this balance, or rather, he doesn't need to grasp it, someone else will naturally do it for him. Luring the snake out of its hole. What if Yu province also makes a move? Or even D province? Zhuliang's tightly furrowed brows did not relax despite Fa Zheng's explanation. Jishu is far away, and our reach is limited. Moreover, the most important point is that Jishu will inevitably encounter unexpected events when it receives this intelligence, Fa Zheng said with a sneer. Furthermore, Yuzhou will never forget what happened several years ago. Given such an opportunity, even if it is a trap, they will have no choice but to try it. You had already guessed about the Yuan family and Sun Ce. Zhuliang's brows relaxed upon hearing Fa Zheng's words, and then he sighed. No, I didn't anticipate the situation would be so favorable when I made the arrangements. However, I have met Chen Yuanlong from Sashu. He is quite talented, but unfortunately, he is limited by his family. Fa Zheng sighed and said. I see. Zhuliang nodded and did not ask any further questions. Fa Zheng's strategy soon began to show its effects. Seeing that only Zhang Fei's army remained in Sashu, most of the powerful families in Sashu could not suppress their resentment and prepared to seize the opportunity to fight Liu Bei. Similarly, the Yuan family of Yuzhou and Zhouyu also received this exciting news, and whether to fight or not was a real headache.